May 26th Board of Supervisors meeting. We'll call meeting to order. I'll start with an invocation. If everybody would rise, please. Heavenly Father, as we gather here today, we thank you for the opportunity to come together in this meeting. Please give us the confidence, patience, and wisdom to make the best decisions of the county. In your name, amen. Let's stand for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Please be seated. All right, we will start off with open and board comments. Mr. Seeley will throw you a curve. You can go first.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to thank everybody that came to the Memorial Day service. It was exceptionally well attended. I want to thank a number of folks that were there, and I also want to thank Reverend Marvin Fields for giving me the lead for one of our honorees, which was Sherman Gregory. He actually attended First Mount Calvary Baptist Church and was actually buried at Second Mount Zion, and I thought that's where he attended church, and it was not. So we actually had First Mount Calvary Baptist Church Pastor Curtis Harris, Reverend Curtis Harris, do the invocation benediction. It was wonderfully attended by that entire church. It was an exceptional service. Mr. Forehand, who always tells me about history, did an exceptional job in remarks, and we are still getting many, many compliments on those. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your delivery, and thank you to everybody that actually attended. My next comment is with great sadness that Bob Schwartz, my planning commission member, passed away Monday morning. He was a longtime friend, a great communicator, and a wonderful person to work with. He is going to be deeply missed, and I'm just sorry to bring the news, and I'm hoping some comfort to his family comes because this was very unexpected. So keep him in your thoughts and prayers. And lastly, at our last meeting, we talked about grant funds that the board actually approved 1.4 million. And there was another 1.1 million. And in my discussions with Dr. Hubbard, who is the school board member for the Bowling Green District, he and I have had many, many discussions about the 1.1 million that's additional. And as we have explained to some folks in our district, he has done an excellent job of explaining. And Dr. Hubbard and I have talked about this many times, and he said, let me send you something. He sent me a wonderful document on those funds and where they came from, when they're due, what they need to be used for. I have some very minor questions, but I just wanted to say that working with Dr. Hubbard is one of the high points, and we always do discuss, even though we may not always agree, we always do discuss what is between the two boards, and he's always been a great person to discuss things with. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Seeley. Mr. Thomas, do you want to go next?
Surprisingly, I don't have any board comments. I do have a comment or a question or two about the grants when we get to that. So that's it. Thank you.
All right, that's on the agenda already. Mr. Black.
Yeah, I too want to reiterate the Memorial Day ceremony yesterday in Bowling Green was one of the better ones or best ones I've actually attended. The young lady who sang the national anthem did an outstanding job. Everything about that ceremony was top notch. And Mr. Forehand, that was one of the best speeches I've heard in a while. So congratulations, you did a really good job and made us all think. So thank you for that. I also want to congratulate the 2026 Caroline High School graduates. So I had an opportunity to attend the graduation last week, and the speeches were all done very, very well, and wish them the best of luck. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Ms. Long?
I just want to thank Susan Seeley, who is the organizer of the Memorial Day service every year, and thank her for all her work. She was under the weather, was not able to be there on Memorial Day, and she was missed, but I do want to send out our thanks for all the work that she does do. Mr. Seeley filled in very well as the MC, and it was as a mother of a Marine who was deployed my first year on board. I know how trying that can be for those of you who have family on the front lines, and we do have people in dangerous environment throughout the world. It just seems to be how the world's rolling now. So keep them all in your prayers and close to your heart, that they will be protected and brought home safely to their families so that next year they can celebrate Memorial Day with their families. So with that, I will close out and turn it over to Mr. Underwood. Is he next?
That's a good idea.
All right.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Forehand. First, my condolences to Mr. Swartz and his family on his passing. Certainly, Bob was a dedicated worker to the county and always put Caroline County first. And like I said, we may not have agreed, but certainly he always used his own thought process and was always reasonable and logical in everything that he did. So my condolences to his family. Second, I want to offer my thoughts and prayers to J.D. Young, who had open heart surgery on Monday. He is home now, but he's doing well. So just tell him Godspeed, get well, and continue to heal. My third comment is really not pleasant, not one that I take a lot of pleasure in, but at our last board meeting, a comment was made by the superintendent of schools that our decision not to grant or approve the $2.4 million in funding with the little information that we had was despicable. And it kind of got me hot under the collar. And for those who know me, I have a tendency sometimes to react to people's comments when I feel under attack. And I felt under attack because despicable decisions are made by despicable people. And I don't see anybody on this board as being despicable or making despicable decisions. So I said, well, let me go back and take a look at the word despicable to make sure I have it right in my head. I'm not overreacting. It says despicable means something that's evil, unpleasant, morally reprehensible, deserving of hatred, scorn, or contempt. And I said that to myself, that's a pretty strong statement when the General Assembly requires this board to look at every dollar that comes into the coffers of the county, whether it's grant money, whether it's money that we earn through taxpayers, every penny, they ask us to take a look at it and ensure that it's spent appropriately. So we have a constitutional obligation to do this. And sometimes the questions, they are hard, but the process by which we give money to the schools or departments is governed through the General Assembly and our constitutional responsibilities that we swore an oath to follow. So I was taken aback by the comment. So I said, let me get into my feelings a little bit without being the rude and curmudgeon that I can be. What's despicable to me is that in 2015, there were 4,000 students attending Caroline schools with a budget of $43 million, about $8,000 per student. Now in 2026, there are 180 kids more, a school budget of 65 million, but you've grown 400 employees. You were at 480 employees in 2014, and now you're at 800 employees in 2026. But yet you continue to say this board is not giving money to schools. That's not true. It's not true. I refuse to listen to it anymore. I refuse to go without comment and say you, the school board and superintendent, have a responsibility to give us a return on our investment. Let me talk about Bowling Green Elementary. For the last few years, Bowling Green Elementary lags behind by 20 to 40 points, depending on which group you're looking at in terms of SOL achievement, SOL pass rate. The average student 10 to 20 points behind African American students, even further behind. That gap continues to widen. But yet you want me to sit here and be quiet, say nothing. But yet what we do is despicable. David, can I have a slide, please, that I gave you on the SNAP program? I know people are going to say, well, the real problem is that the kids in Bowling Green, which 4 of us supervisors have kids, the real problem is that the kids on the western side of the county, their homes are better, they spend more money. It's a more economically developed area than the other 4 districts. I want you 4 supervisors and you 4 elected board officials to take a look at this map. What you see is where the amount of money is spent in Caroline County for Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP. Take a look at that map and tell me what you see. More money is spent in Western Carolina, in Madison, than Dawn, than Woodford, than Sparta. So don't blame it on the kids that they come from economically disadvantaged background. There's something else wrong that needs to be corrected, and it hasn't been corrected in the last 10 years, and now it's time to correct it. That's what's despicable to me. Now let's go to the grant money, since we talk about grant money. During COVID, the county received $15 million. Do you know how much money impacted the taxpayers? Not one dime. Because we made sure that every penny that we used, we did not put it into operations to make sure that you, the taxpayer, there was no impact. On the other hand, schools received millions of dollars more than the county. This board pleaded not to put money into operations. You want to know why? When you put money into operations or you hire 20 or 30 people, you don't hire them for 1 year. They become part of your standard operating process and procedures in terms of your operations, meaning you have to pay it over and over again. So I give you $2 million for a grant. And if it goes into operations, it now becomes part of your budget request. So 5 years later, you've gotten $2 million free at first, but 10 years later, that $2 million that you called free money impacts the taxpayer because now the taxpayer picks up the bill. Our responsibility is to make sure that the taxpayers don't continue to foot a bill when it's called grant money. Now, I FOIA'd, and I want to thank schools for getting the information to me at a reasonable time, because my question at the last meeting was, can any of this money be carried over till 26, 27? And what I saw today, and I'm only halfway through the 300 or 400 pages that was sent because I had a doctor's appointment. But what I saw the inception dates of each grant. I said, okay, you've had time to present a program to your board, to us, so that we understand. But you come here with dramatics and tears and talk about we have to do something that night. That's not true. Or everything that I read says the money must be encumbered by September 30th of 2026. I didn't have to make a decision Tuesday night, last 2 weeks ago, Tuesday night. That wasn't true. So I'm disappointed because there's a lack of honesty and there's a lack of trust. And I've lost about 100 and something pounds. I can't say I'm the size of a baby elephant anymore. But my memory is as good as a baby elephant. I'm not going to forget. Well, I forgive you because I charge it to your head, not to your heart. I believe that you want to do the right thing for children. But if you wanted to do the right thing for Bowling Green, a school, according to, you guys want to say it's fully accredited. Well, fully accredited means nothing about academics, and you guys know that. You're pulling wool over people's eyes. It's not accountable. We're talking about accountability. It's in need of intense, the lowest level of accountability in school for the Office of Accountability by Department of Education. Again and again and again and again, Bowling Green Elementary sits at the bottom, and the children from my district that I'm very passionate about. Yes, they're at the bottom of the barrel. And the children from your district and your district and your district sit at the bottom of the barrel. And your district and your district and your district, Mr. Elected officials, it's your responsibility to take the charge because you put your name on the ballot and said, I will do the best for these children. The superintendent asked a question, said, I hope you can go home and sleep well. I've been driving to Ruther Glen Road for past 50 years, all my adult life. I've been on this board for 15 years. And I can promise you that every time I go home, I sleep well. When you drive back to your home, be it in Hanover or Richmond or wherever you go, I hope you sleep well too, because you're failing the kids of Caroline County. Mr. Chairman, that's all I have to say.
All right. Well, thank you. I have just a couple. Again, wanted to express condolences to Mr. Schwartz's family. That is a loss to the Planning Commission, to the county in general. Also wanted to comment, I was in attendance at the graduation. I actually had one of mine that graduated. It was, the speakers were excellent, students and staff alike. It was a very memorable event, and I thank you very much for that. I also was in attendance in the Memorial Day event at Town Hall yesterday. Again, thanks to the organizers for getting that together. That's not an easy feat. It was an honor and a privilege to present the highlights and life and story, military service for the 4 individuals spanning about 200 years. All were from Caroline, all paid the ultimate sacrifice and for their country. So it was a great event. It was nice to see. We had about 100 people there roughly. And then a good event from all aspects. Lastly, I will comment on the last meeting, and I will just say this, that recesses are good for both adults and children, and we probably should take more of those from time to time. So that is it. Let's see, we will move on to the next part of the agenda. Any amendments to the agenda that the board would like?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the agenda as presented.
All right, we have a motion, a second to approve as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We have an agenda for the evening, and we have one presentation. Dr. Griffin, President, Germanic College. Come right on up. Is that a representative? Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Forehand, Vice Chair Seeley, and members of the board. I'm Dr. Joy Fortune. First, want to thank you for appointing me as the Caroline County Representative on the Germanic College Board. And so it is my honor this evening to introduce Dr. Tashika Griffith. Dr. Griffith began her tenure as the 7th president at Germanic Community College in January of this year. As a seasoned higher education leader with a record of innovative and student-centered leadership, Dr. Griffith joins Germana following 9 years of distinguished service as campus provost at St. Petersburg College. Throughout her career, Dr. Griffith has demonstrated an unwavering commitment to the transformative mission of higher education. Prior to arriving at Germana, her leadership experience spans multiple states, including Florida, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and Virginia, where she has served in progressively senior administrative roles. She began her career as Director of Multicultural Affairs at the University of Scranton before serving as Assistant Dean of Students at the University of Miami and Associate Dean at the University of Tennessee, Knoxville. At St. Petersburg College, she advanced from Associate Provost to Campus Provost, where she worked collaboratively to strengthen institutional effectiveness, support student success initiatives, and advance enrollment growth. Dr. Griffith holds a Bachelor of Arts in English with certification in Ethnic Studies from Florida Atlantic University, a Master of Arts in Higher Education and Leadership Policy from Virginia Tech, and a Doctor of Education in Higher Education Administration from Northeastern University. She also earned a professional certificate in higher education from Harvard University. It is my honor to present Dr. Griffith.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Was
Good
that
e-
Miami, Ohio, or Miami, Florida?
Miami, Florida.
Oh, excellent. You've been all up and down the East Coast.
I have. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Board of Supervisors. It is my honor to stand before you this evening. I am so privileged to serve as the 7th president of Germana Community College. You will note this evening that I'm not just here to introduce myself as the newest president. I'm actually here to thank all of you. Certainly not to ask for money tonight. I'm really here to show you where your investment has gone and the impact that it's had on the students at Germana Community College. So who we are a very proud and fine institution that offers over 70 degree certificates and workforce credentials. And we're most proud to say that we offer this at 1/3 of a cost in comparison to our 4-year institutions. But we do have over 45 partner colleges and universities for our students to transfer to. At Germana, you see our top transfer partners listed below. UMW, VCU, George Mason, ODU, and JMU. I would be remiss if I didn't point out Virginia Tech is on the top 5 list, so go Hokies. Who we are in terms of students enrolled, we actually enrolled over 14,000 students annually. 70% of our students are part-time, and this speaks to the fact that a lot of our students have responsibilities. They're caretakers, parents, and work full-time. 30% of the students, though, do attend Germanna full-time. Our female population is at 63%, and 37% of our students are male. We are still working very actively to increase our male representation at the college, but we do understand there's a correlation between the part-time workers and parents, and a lot of our male students certainly represent the workforce, so that attributes to that number. 78% of our students are age 24 and under. When we talk about dual enrollment and being high school students as well as taking college credits with us, that number is represented there. And 22% of our students are age 25 and over. We are proud to be in Caroline County, so we wanted to point that out this evening. 2 campuses, 3 centers, and online learning everywhere. Just giving you a snapshot of where we are physically housed. So, Caroline County at a glance. We have currently 477 students at Germanna that are from Caroline County. 61% of those students are what we call regular students, so they're pursuing associate degrees with us. And we have our dual enrollment population at 21% and workforce at 18%. When you look at that workforce number, again, we are also trying to actively increase that number with our continuing education and our workforce, career, and technical training opportunities for our students. We understand that a lot of our students are coming to us with credentials in mind because they understand some of those credentials, most of them take under 2 years. So our welders, our plumbers, our HVAC, we're really looking to grow that number and that percentage. 53% of our students are taking online classes. Again, when you think back about how many part-time students are with us, that number actually makes sense because it's a convenience at this point to work 9 to 5 and be able to get home, cook a quick meal, and then jump online and take a class. But the 47% of students at Caroline are with us in person, and we're very proud of that. So we have 77% of Caroline County specifically are part-time students, again, speaking to workforce and career and parental obligations. That number certainly represents that. And then 23% of the students are full-time with us from Caroline County. We are very proud that we have a high school career advisor embedded in Caroline County High School to talk to students specifically about all of the great options, academic, workforce, and the like that we offer at Germanna. Our top programs for our Caroline County students include our pre-BSN, that's our nursing, pre-nursing students, business, and healthcare. So we're, again, very proud, and we want to just emphasize our gratitude because your funding helps to make that possible. And lastly, I wanted to leave you with a student spotlight. We are proud of all of our students, and this is a Jaden Lewis from Caroline County, who is with us. She actually learned a lot at Germanna. She was on our dean's list, very proud of the work that she's doing there. And when we spoke with her, she said she was proud of her time at Germanna because she was able to balance academics, work, and service to build the skills and experience needed to pursue her goal. And her goal is to attend VCU, Virginia Commonwealth University, to pursue a bachelor's degree in social work. Again, your investment is part of the reason we're here with the student testimonial today. So wanted to thank you all and open up the floor now for any questions you may have.
All right, I'll open it up. Anybody? Mr. Black?
I just have 2 quick ones. What is your overall percent total from all counties of dual enrollment? Like what percent of dual enrollment do you know? Do you have that number?
Off the top of my head, no, but estimated, we probably are at about 30 to 40% dual enrollment.
30,
students.
40% of
Estimation.
your total enrollment is dual enrollment. Wow.
And we're growing.
Okay, and then the second question is, of that number, How many of the students, because I know I actually teach at Spotsy High, so how many students would you estimate per year will get the dual, like they get the associate's degree, they get their, high school diploma and walk across? Do you have a number as far as how many students are doing
Do not
that?
have a number off the top of my head, but it certainly does not reach up to 20%. That's one of the things that we're working on. We have quite a few students who take 1 or 2 dual enrollment classes. Our goal is to get them back to Germanna full-time to get a degree or credential.
Okay, is that something is that a number that you could send our way?
That is a number that we will be sending to you directly, as well as your original question to get that specific percentage for you, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Thomas?
Thank you. Dr. Griffith, it's great to have you here.
Thank you.
Look forward to many years of service at Germanna. I have a couple of questions, and one is really, I want to steal your idea. I'm a member of a fraternity, and we have a regular meeting to figure out why the number of male college students is so small.
Mhm.
We don't have an answer, so I wanted to hear what you're trying to do to help us.
Well, I will just say this nationally, not just at Germanna, that is a challenge. And if I had an answer, I probably would have bottled it up and sold it and be on a beach somewhere living off the profits of that. So there is not one solution, but I can tell you part of what we're talking about as a team is how do we engage our male students? Because a lot of our male students are saying that they have to work. So being in a classroom for 2 to 3 hours, whether it's 3 days a week or 4 days a week, doesn't really fit their schedule because they want to make money and they want to make money quickly. So what we've been talking about is how do we get in front of our male students in middle and high school and talk to them about the opportunities that we have. It doesn't all have to look the same way. So can we talk to our male students about options for credentials? I mentioned HVAC, plumbing, hands-on, quick, within a few months, they can walk out making thousands of dollars a year. We noted that when we talk to males about those opportunities without talking about lectures and formal education for 2 to 4 years, they tend to lean in a little more closely than the formal education. We also talk about how we can get male students to understand the financial barriers does not have to be something that stops them from achieving their dreams. So how do we get them exposed to grant opportunities, scholarships? They're not coming in thinking they have to take a loan that they have to pay back and then kind of being discouraged because they're like, how am I going to pay back that loan? So how do we be transparent with our students, particularly our male students, to say, help us help you with a
Right.
pathway financially, so you're not walking in thinking I can't pay for this, and then you get discouraged and stop or not even start at the college with us.
Well, just to let you know that Howard University is down to 25% male, so
Yes.
we're trying to make that a little bigger. And you mentioned HVAC and things like that. I talked to Dr. Struffolino,
Yes, John, yes.
and he had talked. We met at the business appreciation dinner,
Hmm.
and he talked about programs you're doing, in particular job training programs like HVAC.
Correct.
I don't know if anybody told you, but Caroline used to have a Germanna site.
Yes, I'm aware an annex site here, and we are talking about how do we infuse. In fact, Ms. Long and I were sharing, and she was sharing that couple thoughts and ideas with me. So we're going to be talking about how do we meet students where they're at, because that's another challenge too. Sometimes we think that the doors are open and students are just going to walk in, but no, you have to plant the seed and meet them where they are to get them to be exposed and then feel comfortable coming to where you are.
Well, I just said that because I wanted to put it in your head now, because we're going to try to get you back again.
Thank you. Ms.
Either
Long
one way
already
or the
did.
other.
She beat you to the punch with that thought.
She doesn't have a site, but I do. Okay. So
There
we
you
want to
go.
talk some more.
There
And
you
the
go.
last thing, who's the young lady next to you?
My executive assistant, Lorraine Pendleton,
Ah,
a
okay.
Caroline County resident.
Thank you.
There you go.
I appreciate it.
And may I ask you which fraternity?
Which fraternity?
I don't want to assume.
Is there another one? Omega Psi Phi.
Oh, I should have known what that was. Zeta Phi Beta, sorority incorporated.
That's cool.
There you go. Thank
I
you.
think I went to your Alpha chapter, which is Howard.
Oh, there. Okay. Okay. Wonderful.
Okay.
Thank you for your
So we'll be in
question.
touch some more.
Yes. Looking
Thank you.
forward to it.
Mr. Underwood? Ms. Long? Mr. Seeley?
Just one, and I try to do this with every parent that's got kids in school, that dual enrollment probably being the number one, and the education process for me is the parents,
Yes.
because they don't know when you tell them that, they start looking at their student going, did you know this? Well, kind of. It's really interesting to watch the dialogue there when that takes place because they can't earn an associate's and they are guaranteed acceptance into a state school with that criteria set. And many, many parents do not realize. So I guess my message is we need to get to the parents and the grandparents because the grandparents actually, as I've learned, have more influence with the students than the parents do because the parents are like, yeah, they don't listen to me. But I do applaud community college. I think unfortunately, it's a well-kept secret that we don't talk enough about in forums so that parents understand that if they can get their students into dual enrollment and they can complete that, there isn't a state school they can't go to.
Exactly.
They just need to understand the criteria, what they need to take. And I think that's our bigger challenge is how do we get that through to the parents? So that's always been my goal is to enlighten the parents and the grandparents because they have more influence.
Thank you for pointing that out. We do host a series of parent and family nights, but we try to get out in the community as much as we can. We have festivals that we host. We're hosting one in a few weeks actually at our Fredericksburg campus, and we've hosted a few in different counties. But you're right, getting the message out to parents and families is really, really important. So thank you for that comment.
Because I can tell you the looks I get sometimes at looking at their student going, did you know this? Did you know this? And they're like, well.
And it's not a reflection of the college. Certainly, all of you
Oh,
know
no,
that.
no.
The 2-year institutions, particularly at Germanna, we understand the optics and the perceptions that a lot of the students unfortunately have. Sometimes they think of us as the last resort. And what we are telling them is we're not the last resort, we're the best resort because attending with us for the first 2 years exponentially increases you graduating when you transfer 2 years later because we prepare you for the big university. We prepare you for those institutions, the 4-year institutions that were on that screen. So that's what we're talking to parents and families and students about. And they're understanding that you get the first 2 years of us to really, really understand what college life is about to be successful. And you get it once again at a third of a cost when you do it that way.
My
first.
selling point to many students is you still get your laundry done, you still get your meals at home, and you still get to sleep in your bed for 2 years. And I say to the parents, you get 2 more years to coach them before you send them to a 4-year institution where you don't know much about what's going on, as we've all learned. But thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Thank you all for your investment in Germanna. Thank you.
I have a couple, actually.
Oh,
Nancy,
could I-
thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and this is to the parents, the 2-year programs give your child, because I was there, financially, I couldn't afford to go off to college. My parents couldn't afford to get me off to college. So I was working a job and I went to Germanna. It gave me 2 years to mature, to learn study skills, and to take different classes so I could figure out what I really enjoyed studying. And those 2 years were a bargain price. And it made me more dependable when I did go to a college and get my degree. So it's a good investment. Even if your child or your graduate doesn't go more than 2 years, they will become a better employee. They will have more success. I guarantee it because they've had that exposure and they've had that time to mature and you've kept some money in your pocket. So thank you, Mr. I turn it back over to you, Mr. Moran.
All right. I will second what Mr. Sheila said about parents. I have a couple of daughters that are a little bit older and are more self-guided. My son, who is a few years behind them, would take the easiest thing possible. So each student's different, and if the parents are informed, fortunately we learned a lot through the first couple. I have one going to junior college. I have an associate's from a junior college myself, and ended with the master's. So that's, again, it's just a start. I didn't know what I wanted to do until about the 3rd semester, so it worked out beautifully for me. Is the trend for male female pretty consistent across the country?
Yes, nationally it is.
Okay, you're falling in line with that. I was, and I might catch some flack for this, I was delighted that you only had 2 categories in that pie chart. So it was something uncommon nowadays. Thank you very much, and we look forward to coming back.
Thank you, and we'll get that follow-up information for you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
What's that?
That was our executive. Mr. Chair, you didn't mention Dr. Joy Carter Fortune was our doctor, is our, representative. So thank you again.
All right, next we have appointments. Middle Peninsula Juvenile Detention Commission. Not sure.
That's Alan. I'm going to reappoint Mr. Parton if he's willing to serve, and I'm sure he is.
Second, no option.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Is that, all those in favor say aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, next we have the Rappahannock Area Community Services Board, Board of Directors.
Is she willing to serve again?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have determined now that Susan Gale is eligible to be reappointed, and my understanding is willing to be reappointed.
Is that our only representative?
There are 3 representatives
Okay, from the county.
from Caroline County.
This one expires this year, one expires next year.
Yes, my understanding is Mr. Black will have a vacancy that he'll need to fill as well. But this is the only, this is the only one that's up tonight for tonight.
All right.
I had somebody that was interested. I didn't know.
Do
I'll
we need to
entertain
reappoint since she's willing?
Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to reappoint Susan Gale as one of Caroline County's 3 representatives to the RACSB Board of Directors.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. And lastly, Social Services Advisory Board from the Reedy Church District.
Mr. Chairman, I believe my representative has ended her term, I believe, that she can no longer serve. So, right, so I will have to find a new representative, and which I'll bring to the board
Okay.
at the June
So
9th meeting.
We'll just push this to a later agenda then. Okay. All right, with that, we'll move on to item number 3, our consent agenda. Any items that the board would like to pull off and discuss in more detail? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to
So
accept the
moved.
consent agenda. We have a motion, we have a second. We have a motion, a second to accept the consent agenda as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries with the consent agenda. All right, we have 10 minutes till 7. We're not going to proceed any further. We have a fairly,
We have a closed meeting that is actually scheduled between the consent agenda and public comment.
okay.
And my question is it the single motion? Or do I need to read all of the?
And Mr. McKenzie, I have something I need to inquire regarding something in closed session, whether can be added to this, perhaps something after.
Okay, and I'm happy to talk to you about that. I was going to say, given that we have 40 minutes, you might want to read both motions and give you the option to do.
I can do that, not a
Yeah.
problem. That's what was
Yeah.
that's my question was, do I read them both or just one?
Yeah,
And I move this board convene in closed meeting pursuant to the legal counsel exemptions of 2.2-3711.AA to the Code of Virginia to discuss legal issues related to the county zoning ordinance and comprehensive plan resulting from bills passed by the 2026 General Assembly. And I move this board also convene with the real estate exemption of section 2.2-3711A3 of the Code of Virginia for discussion with county staff regarding the acquisition of real estate by the county in the Ladysmith area for the potential expansion of county offices and for the personnel exemption of 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia to discuss the employment of the county administrator.
All right, we have a motion. We'll get a second. We have a
Second.
motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. We are currently in closed session. We will return as close to 7:30 as possible. And we will proceed next with our public comment period. come out of closed session, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Seeley to make a motion to bring us out of closed session.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certifies that to the best of each board member's knowledge, only business matters lawfully exempt from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
All right, we have a motion. Mr. Seeley made a motion. Mr. Thomas did a second to come out of closed session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're officially out of closed session. We
Get
need
it certified.
to make a certification that only those matters that were previously exempted from the closed meeting were discussed. Mr. Black, do you certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Thomas?
So certified.
I so certify. Mr. Seeley?
I so certify.
Ms. Long?
I so certify.
And Mr. Underwood?
I so certify.
Okay, we are officially out of closed session, and we will roll right into our public comment period. A couple of rules for public comment. The purpose of this public comment is to allow members of the public to speak to the board on any matter in their opinion that deserves attention. There are no comments on the matter which, if there's a public hearing scheduled tonight, there'll be a separate time to comment on that public hearing, or any things that are previously had a public hearing where if it has not been decided, or anything in the future out to 60 days scheduled for a public hearing. So those things are off limits. Everything else is wide open. You have about 3 minutes, actually 3 minutes on the board in front of you. We ask you to speak clearly and state your name and your voting district, not your home address. Citizens should hopefully refrain from any clapping or public demonstrations of support or opposition. It's not a debate. We typically do not answer questions, and it's not a Q&A period for the board. The remarks should be addressed to the board and not to an individual on the board, and then be done in a respectful manner. And then comments should focus on the matters or issues before the county or the board. And with that, I will declare that public comment period is now officially open. So if you would like to speak and get your 3 minutes, come forward now, please. Don't everybody come at once. Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Belrose Ramey. I'm in the Mattaponi district, and I'm here to say thank you. I wanted to say thank you to Mr. Thomas and to Gary Wilson. I had a meeting with them just recently about the lack of voice for the small business in Caroline County, and they acted pretty swiftly doing some things, and I am here to implore all of you to please consider a more formal recognition or way to hear the voice of small business in this county, because right now you're lacking one. And that's all. Thank you.
Can you restate your last name one more time, please?
Belrose Ramey.
Okay, that's a mouthful.
It is.
Just so you know, and for everyone on camera, every meeting we do have public comment, so that is one avenue amongst others that is available to anyone. So,
All right. Thank you.
thank you. All right, anyone else like to speak in our public comment period? Anyone else? All right, seeing no one moving forward, I will go ahead and close our public comment. With that, we will move on to our public hearings. We have item number 4, will be the proposed fiscal year 2026-2027 budget. I assume that's Mr. Cully.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you assumed correctly. I'm here tonight to discuss the proposed FY27 budget. I will state this is my last budget out of 33 I've prepared. I'm not preparing another one. I certainly will not miss that. The FY27 County Administrator proposed budget included a 6-cent increase to the real estate tax rate, which was approved. The proposed general fund budget, $81,321,930. Is $5,442,508.95 over 509, 7.17% increase over 26. The proposed total budget with all funds less transfers, $190,439,777. That's $13,846,752. a 7.84% increase over 26. As I stated just a second ago, the tax rate public hearing was held and adopted on April 14th so that the tax bills could go out on time, which they did. 52 cent went to 58, a 6 cent increase. Personal property remained the same at 350 per 100, and machinery and tools stayed at 245 per 100. There is no proposed transfer from the unrestricted general fund balance. That's decreasing by $1,698,893. There is a proposed transfer for $120,000 for one-time vehicle purchases, a capital purchase. And there's a proposed transfer from the detention facility fund of $500,000. I can't see that number. $571,857. I knew it's the same as last year. Key fund expenditures. There are 3 full-time sheriff deputies proposed, 3 full-time firefighter and rescue personnel, 1 full-time combination plan reviewer and inspections department, 1 full-time site attendant foreman in solid waste, and 1 full-time public relations in parks and rec. That total, including benefits, is $892,905.32. There are 2 positions that are not in the general fund that are in the utility fund, which is an enterprise fund paid for by the connections and the monthly bills, 1 full-time utility inspector and 1 water operator within the 502. That's $195,623.75. Compensation, personnel compensation and benefits, funding for a 2% COLA and a step averaging 2.25% for a 4.25 total for non-public safety county employees and social service employees. The reason for the averaging is that when the McGrath pay study was done, when she created the steps, she didn't create steps that were 2% apart. So some are more than 2, some, they're just, depending on where you are on step and grade, your percentage is a little off. Last year that averaged to about that 2.25% across all employees. So that's an average. You have to, employees move a step, they move to what that step says. The whole scale will go up 2% for the COLA. That equals $630,078. There's funding for a 4% pay increase for non-pay plan employees and non-public safety constitutional officers. There's 5 employees, myself, constitutional officers, and the registrar, who is treated equal to, by state law, equal to the treasurer. That equals $34,047. Funding for a 9.412% adjustment to the scale and a 2% step increase for employees on public safety plan. So that is a total of 11.412% increase, and that's $1,321,501. The Tamika Morgan, who was here as finance director, and Alan and I developed that public safety plan years ago, and that one, the steps are equal. They're always 2%. Both pay plans require satisfactory annual performance review to receive the steps. So anybody that has a poor evaluation will only receive the COLA. They will not receive the step. The total for the compensation plan, as I presented to you earlier, was $1,951,579. Funding required for the retirement system is obviously increasing, and the VRS hybrid plan. So the VRS increase $142,316. You previously approved the health insurance increase, $666,579, and then FICA disability and group life insurance increases $147,132. Carolina Public School, the proposed the introduced FY27 budget is $19,966,331 in local funds to schools for the operating funds, which is a $1,030,000 increase over FY26. This amount is from the school finance staff estimate based on information from the state. As you all know, state has not adopted a budget, and so some of those numbers are changed. These are numbers that were given to us a while ago. The school's going to adjust their ADM. Excuse me, I'm getting over pneumonia for the second time. Um, So we'll end up with new numbers, but right now the proposed budget has that 1,030,000 in it. The budget includes 721,521 in transfers to school bus lease tax fund. That number sounds low. Ignore that number. Included in the capital budget is $977,895 for purchase of 8 new buses, which is 208,000 more than provided in 26. There's also the same amount for the the leases that we're paying off. Those are slowly paying down. The net increase of all transfers to the schools from 26 to 27 is 1,040,333,000, or 5.03% increase. The general fund also supports 4,405,683 in school-related debt service. The total transfers and payments to public school from general fund, 20,687,852, and represents that 1,152,000 increase, or 6%. We're also some payments from the CDF fund of 65,000, which was a decrease of 320 from last year, but that's in capital. Total proposed school budget, all funds except capital, 75,661,319, which is about a 3%, a $2,207,464, or 3% over 26. All that subject to change based on whenever the state at the end of June adopts a budget. If you break these things down as proposed, the majority of 49 million is going to instruction, and that's every year. The majority of the school budget and operations fund is in instruction. I'm not going to read and bore you with all of those numbers because there again, the state hasn't adopted anything, so we're not sure exactly where this will land, and we'll be back in front of you once we actually have that adopted. Social services increasing $291,873. Comprehensive service funds level at $3,200,000. Smaller funds are all staying the same. Tourism fund up $10,000. Fire rescue grants up $25,000. The Dawn Housing program, we have finally expended all the funds in that, so I don't have any money budgeted for that. Debt retirement fund is up $563,122. Detention funds, because of some carryover funds, is down $319,730. Caroline utility funds up $3,510,201. The Dawn utility fund up $24,109. Capital projects up $2,750,931. Actually, a little bit more than that. I changed that. The school capital projects is up $1,490,033. Mr. Black asked us to update this chart for him, so Alan did that. And I put that into this in today, so it's probably a change from what went in the packet. Stafford's at 96.75, so almost 97 cents on their regular, and then 0.14 on a fire levy, and they're 5.72 on personal property. The one thing when you look at personal property, and it becomes you almost need another column. You need to know what their value is based on and their assessment ratio. So there's 2 or 3 things that go into a personal property number. So 572 looks high compared to our 350 on this chart, but that depends on what value they're using and how the Commissioner of Revenue's office deals with that. So don't look at that necessarily that they're double us or that type of thing. Real estate's not. Real estate's per $100 assessed value. All these counties, the Stafford, the Spotsies, the Hanovers are assessing all the time. So those numbers are fairly accurate. Prince George is 81 cents. Hanover is 81 cents. Powhatan 77. Spotsylvania 73 with a side note, 5 cents above the equalized rate following reassessment. Orange 62, 46 general fund and 16-cent fire EMS countywide. King William is 61.5. King George is 58, and that's 2 cents above their equalized rate of 56. New Kent 58, and that's equalized real estate was 54, so they're 4 cents above. Caroline's 58, Essex is 55, King and Queen 55, and Goochland at 53. So that kind of gives you an idea of the counties around us and/or counties like Dinwiddie, similar size, Goochland, similar size maybe. Recap of the budget was introduced March 31st. We had a public hearing on April 14th on tax rates, which were adopted. Tonight's the public hearing on both the budget and the CIP. The board may not adopt / approve the budget for at least 7 days following this public hearing. Our target date for adoption is June 9th for the budget and appropriation. And then at some point after the state has a budget adopted, we'll be able to appropriate the final budget to the schools once we know those numbers. I'd like to thank Tika Neptane for her help on preparing this PowerPoint and working on the budget requests. All the budget requests came through her office, and Jennifer Ernest, Deputy Finance Director, for all her help, and Alan Park, Deputy Administrator, for his help on all the budget prep for this year. And with that, I will turn it over to you for any questions and/or public hearing.
All right, any questions from the board before we go to public hearing? All right, I'm sorry. Mr. Thomas. Okay, with that, we will go ahead and open up our public hearing, our first public hearing of the night for the 2027-20, our year 2026-27 annual budget. So if you would like to come, the same rules still apply, so come right up. All right, we are now open. Good evening.
Good evening. Lydell Fortune, Mattapanai District. As chair of the Caroline County School Board, I want to briefly provide some context regarding recent public discussion surrounding school funding in Caroline County, as this context directly relates to the county's consideration of the FY 26-27 budget. Over the past several weeks, there have been repeated references to the fact that Caroline County Public Schools has received funding above the state required local match over the last decade, of which we are extremely grateful, while questions have also been raised about the impact on local public safety priorities. I believe it is important for our community to understand what the state required local match actually means. Virginia uses a formula called the Local Composite Index, or LCI, to estimate a locality's ability to help fund public education. That formula helps establish the minimum baseline local contribution required under the standards of quality. However, the required local contribution is exactly that, a minimum baseline. It is not a determination of what it actually costs to operate a modern school division. Despite funding above the required minimum over the years, Caroline County still ranks near the bottom statewide in local school funding. In FY25, Caroline ranked 112th out of roughly 130 Virginia school divisions in local funding. In addition, there are 31 Virginia localities with a lower local composite index than Caroline. Localities that the state considers to have a lower ability to pay, that nevertheless invest more in local per pupil funding for their schools than Caroline County does. I share this information because I believe our community deserves full context as the proposed fiscal year 26-27 budget is discussed. This budget request is not about excess. It's about people. It is about remaining competitive in compensation for teachers and support staff in an increasingly difficult labor market. It's about reading specialists to support struggling readers, special education needs. It's about attendance support services that have helped reduce chronic absenteeism. Supporting public schools and supporting public safety are both essential responsibilities of local government. These priorities should never be pitted against one another. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Fortune. Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman Forehand, Vice Chair Seeley, Mr. Black, Mr. Thomas, Ms. Long, and Mr. Underwood. My name is Kim Hayslip, and I am a resident of the Mattaponi District, as well as a proud and devoted employee of Caroline County Public Schools, specifically serving as the K-12 English Language Arts Instructional Specialist. I began my journey in Caroline County 31 years ago, and it has been a great privilege to serve the students, families, teachers, staff, and leadership of this community in the area of literacy. In addition to being a resident and employee, I am also the proud parent of 2 Caroline High School graduates and grandparent to a Bowling Green Husky. I share these things to emphasize that my commitment to the school division is both personal and professional. I care deeply about the future of our schools and our children. Tonight, I ask you to fully support funding for Caroline County Public Schools, particularly the funding necessary to preserve and strengthen literacy positions and literacy initiatives across our division. As you well know, our educators work tirelessly to address student needs. Literacy is at the very heart of those efforts. Strong literacy skills are foundational to success in every content area and at every grade level. Students who struggle to read face obstacles not only in English classes, but also in science, mathematics, history, career training, and everyday life. The Virginia Department of Education and the implementation of the Virginia Literacy Act have made literacy efforts even more critical for school divisions across the Commonwealth. The VLA requires divisions to provide evidence-based literacy instruction aligned with the science of reading, implement regular student screening and intervention processes, and ensure that teachers receive specialized professional learning and literacy instruction. These requirements are designed to improve reading outcomes for all students, particularly those who struggle with foundational literacy skills. Because of these mandates, literacy positions such as literacy support specialists, reading specialists, literacy coaches, and curriculum support staff are no longer optional supports. They are critical to fulfilling state expectations and essential components for giving students the strongest possible opportunity for academic success. Caroline County Public Schools progress in building literacy systems and supports that help students become stronger readers and writers. However, that progress cannot continue without sustained financial commitment. Reductions in literacy staffing or support services would have a direct impact on students, teachers, and schools across the county. The students who would be affected most are often those who already face the greatest academic challenges. Protecting instructional positions, especially those focused on literacy growth and intervention, sends a message that Caroline County values both its students and the educators who serve them. Budgets are strong statements of priorities. If we truly believe literacy is critical to children and our community, then our funding decisions must reflect that belief. Supporting literacy efforts today is an investment in graduation rates, workforce readiness, economic growth, and the long-term success of Caroline County itself. As a veteran educator, resident, taxpayer, and parent and grandparent, I respectfully urge you to support the school division's funding request and protect the positions and programs that directly impact student literacy and achievement. Our students deserve every opportunity to become confident, capable readers, and our educators deserve the resources and support necessary to help make that happen. Now is the time to continue moving forward, not backward. And I ask that you stand beside our schools, our teachers, and most importantly, our children by making literacy and education a clear priority in this year's budget. Thank you for your time, the extra time, and your consideration.
Thank you. I will ask if you're, for future speakers, if you would try to wrap it up at the 3-minute mark, I'd appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Amara Perkins, and I serve as the Literacy Support Specialist for Caroline County Public Schools.
Miss Perk, do you live in the county?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I am here tonight to express strong support for the intentional literacy investments included in the proposed budget. Specifically, the new elementary and middle school reading specialist positions, and the expansion of my role from pre-K 8 to pre-K 12. Our state VALS data shows clearly what happens when we invest in literacy infrastructure. Across grades K through 3, the percentage of students in the low risk literacy band, those are students performing on grade level, nearly doubled in a single school year. First grade increased by 96% from fall to spring. Kindergarten grew by nearly 80%. At the same time, we reduced the number of students in the highest risk category by 34% in kindergarten and 35% in first grade. And this momentum is not limited to the early grades. This year was the first time our middle school students participated in the VALS assessment. And even in this initial year, we saw the same pattern of accelerated growth. These aren't just numbers, these are real Caroline County children who are no longer on a trajectory of struggle, but on a path toward opportunity. This level of growth does not happen by chance. It is the result of a highly aligned, research-based system. The 2 new reading specialist roles for Bowling Green Elementary and Caroline Middle School are not additions to the sake of adding a position. They are essential to stabilizing daily, evidence-based intervention and scaling that success we are already seeing. Expanding the district level literacy support specialist role to encompass pre-K through 12 grade is essential to protecting and sustaining this investment. Literacy development does not stop at grade 8. As students move into advanced high school coursework, they encounter increasingly complex academic texts. Expanding this role ensures our secondary teachers receive the support they need. Our instructional practices remain aligned, and the gains we are achieving are sustained all the way to graduation. Literacy is the foundation of every opportunity our students will have, and the data shows that our current strategy is working. I respectfully ask for full funding for these 3 literacy positions so we can continue this momentum and ensure every child in Caroline County has access to strong, research-aligned
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Cindy Brown. I stand before you as the proud principal at Lewis and Clark, completing my 12th year. I'm here to be straight to the point. Anyone can see the western part of Caroline is constantly growing. Every week, you can see another 2 houses being built in Ladysmith or Pendleton, and now 2 more developments as you drive down, you see right before Lake Leandor. We are building homes, we see growing population, which we know then yields more seats for students. Prior to me leaving today, I checked the capacity rate and I looked at see how many students do we already have registered in kindergarten. We currently have 135 kindergartners registered, and we not have started the summer. So I'm here today to say we just need seats for our students. We needed this last year, but we made do. We adjusted. The staff constantly worked together to shift, to combine, and to take away certain spaces. We have over 1,000 students for the last 3 years. Daily, our students are living with overcrowding hallways, cafeteria, and playgrounds. I invite any of you to come and see. We have taken alternative routes outside the school hallways just to navigate to and from transitions to lunch and or to Encore. If you travel down the main hallway at Lewis and Clark, it's like 95 on a Saturday morning in July. We have to use HOV lanes just to arrive to class on time. Many of our staff are even taking alternative routes outside the building to avoid any traffic jam for the safety of our students. We are needing now additional villas, trailers, whatever you may want to call it, because the reality is we need a seat for your child, for your grandchildren, and all community members to have children to sit in. We are currently using resource rooms to hold students of 22 to 25. Many of our exceptional ed classrooms and our specialists are combining in 2 or 3 spaces. Each staff lounge is now used for small group instruction for tutors. We have 3 administrative assistants in our front office trying to service over 1,000 students, 140 staff members. Many people know the car rider line. Many of you know the many of the phone calls coming in, ringing the doorbell, waiting on visitors in and out, students coming in. And by the way, we haven't even had them do any task that needs to be assigned. We are in need of that additional support. We are needing space. So we're asking you, please, at this point, we are proud that we have so many moving into Caroline, but we need them to have a seat. We need them a space to we can.
Before you go, Ms. Brown, you didn't tell us what district you live in or if you live outside the county.
I live outside the county and I commute here every day because I'm proud to be Caroline.
Thank you so much.
Dave or Jeff, if y'all would do the mic pause and then restart it so they can wrap up, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman and Board. My name is Teresa Hicks. I'm currently the proud principal of Madison Elementary for about 1 more month. I am retiring after 40 years. So I am a resident of the Port Royal District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on behalf of our students, staff, and families. I would first like to sincerely thank this board for their continued support of our schools over the years and for recognizing the importance of investing in public education. Your commitment to the school's proposed budget request directly impacts the success, safety, and future of every child who walks through our doors each day. As educators, we see firsthand both the incredible potential of our students and the growing needs within our schools. While we celebrate academic growth and student achievement, we also acknowledge that the social, emotional, and behavioral needs of students have significantly increased. Our teachers and staff work tirelessly to support children, but they cannot do it alone. That is why I'm strongly advocating for the funding to support a dedicated behavioral support position at Madison. A behavioral teacher would provide proactive interventions, coaching, and direct support to students who struggle with emotional regulation and behavioral challenges. This position would not only help individual students be more successful academically and socially, but it would also strengthen the overall learning environment for every child and teacher. When students receive the support they need early, classrooms become more productive, teachers can focus more fully on instruction, and students can be better equipped to thrive. Investing in behavioral support is truly an investment in student achievement and school safety. In addition, I ask for your continued commitment to increasing teacher salaries. Excuse me. Across our region and nation, schools are facing significant challenges in recruiting and retaining highly qualified educators. Teaching today requires extraordinary dedication, flexibility, and resilience. Our teachers pour their hearts into work every single day, often going above and beyond the school day to ensure students succeed academically and emotionally. Competitive salaries demonstrate that we value the professionals entrusted with shaping the next generation. If we want to attract and retain exceptional educators, we must remain competitive and continue investing in our staff. Supporting teachers is one of the most important investments we can make for the future of our community. Finally, I encourage us all to continue looking ahead and planning for future growth and building capacity within our schools. Our community continues to grow, and with that growth comes increased responsibility. We must be proactive in preparing for the needs of tomorrow by ensuring we have the staffing, resources, and the infrastructure necessary to support all learners effectively. So thank you for your leadership, your partnership, and your continued support of education. Together, we can continue building a community where every student has the opportunity to learn, grow, and succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. I think I know you. Good evening. My name is Shelby Foltz, a resident of the Bowling Green District. My husband, Zach, has taught at Caroline Middle for 20 years, and I just finished year 15 of teaching PE at Lewis and Clark. This coming year, we'll have 3 Grizzlies and 1 Cavalier senior. I stand before you an invested yet concerned teacher and parent. Lewis and Clark is overcrowded, and the population is climbing quickly. Tonight, I'm inviting you in to take a look into daily life as a Grizzly. Arrival, a car rider line that wraps completely around our school and backs up onto Ladysmith Road. Hallways that are extremely cheerful, yet congested as 1,100 students weave in from buses, car riders, and breakfast. Plus, new students registering, sometimes 6 to 8 per week. Crowded classrooms. Most grade levels have 7 teachers with large class sizes. This year, my son's 4th grade classroom had wall-to-wall desks from front to back in rows with barely any space to walk. Reading groups can be found in staff lounges. Exceptional education rooms are slammed full with upwards of 15 students each with diverse abilities and needs and a high number of staff to support. We need another classroom to best serve these students, but we're out of room. Our BSP program, the same crowded boat. The cafeteria. As a teacher who serves as a lunch monitor, it's packed and loud. We serve 2 grade levels of 7 classes each at a time, which is above the code of capacity. Imagine the supervision required and the high level of noise of 300 plus children at once. You'll find many children and teachers wearing noise-canceling headphones. My classroom, the gym. Our space has become home to stacks of chairs, risers, and other hazards because what once was storage on the stage is now offices for adapted PE and a licensed therapist. 2 classes of moving bodies with unsafe obstacles all around because there is nowhere else to put them. All assemblies and school events have to occur in multiple groups because we exceed fire code otherwise. Not to mention family events with parents spilling into the hallways. Dismissal, there goes the car rider line again, and teachers working past contracted hours because many buses have to do multiple routes to accommodate our students. I've been attending these meetings in person and virtually for the last several years and have listened to the discussion and sometimes painful discord. The stalemate has to end. Rooftops are exploding all around us, and we must act now. I teach students about teamwork, respectfully sharing and listening, and what it means to lean on teammates who have different strengths than their own. On this team, your strengths are strategic planning and budgeting, and we are relying on you. Our school board members' strengths practices for student achievement and student well-being in education. So please listen and rely on their expertise. We need learning cottages now, and our county needs a plan for a brand new elementary school. Our children, my children, teachers, parents, and community need you to cooperate with our school board. You have all been called to serve our community in this capacity for a time such as this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Erin Fisher. I'm a 17-year resident of Caroline County in the Madison District. I'm the mother of a rising 8th grader at Caroline Middle and member of the resource team at Lewis and Clark Elementary. I am here tonight to bring to you the raw firsthand reality of the critical mismatch between our student population and our infrastructure. To be completely honest, at this point, I'm deeply disheartened by the lack of progress that we've seen. It often feels like there is a profound lack of compassion for the daily reality of the staff and students in our school division. We are the ones living through this overcrowding every single day. If you visit our school, which we hope you do, the crisis is undeniable. In the cafeteria, we pack in 350 students at a time. My watch regularly triggers excessive noise warnings, alerting me that the decibel levels can cause hearing damage. The kids are in there for 30 minutes and the staff for 40 at a time. In my classroom, the library, we are scheduled to teach 2 classes at a time, multiple times a day. We have seating for 48 students. Yet next year, because there is no physical room left in the building to add a 7th, 5th grade classroom, class sizes are soaring to 28. That means that 2 classes could bring 56 students into a 48-seat library. I guess we might have to put them on the floor. I don't know. Our gym and parking lot cannot even hold the families present for a single grade level award ceremony, and I don't even want to start in on how that feels having so many unknown adults in the building with our students. Our hallways are a safety bottleneck. During transitions, 450 students from 3 different grade levels are forced to interweave through each other at the exact same time, creating an absolute logistical gridlock coming and going from the cafeteria and the encore classes and the playground. Simply adding permanent classrooms onto Lewis and Clark is not an answer. We cannot just add more rooms to a footprint where the common areas are already failing. We need to build new, not add on. We know a new school takes time, but our student population is growing today, not 3 years from now. This is why we desperately need your immediate authorization and funding for the temporary classroom trailers for 26-27 school year. And let me be clear, the trailers are a Band-Aid, and we understand that. They're temporary. It's a safety valve to solve our space crisis today. They are the immediate bridge we need while we continue to pursue a permanent long-term building solution that will actually spread out our students and provide enough space for future county growth. We are proud of our Grizzly team, and we continue to make do with what we have, but we are at a breaking point. Please show our staff and students the compassion they deserve. Help us prepare for this upcoming school year and improve the trailers. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the board. My name is Melissa Fry. I am not a Caroline County resident. This is my 3rd year working in Caroline County Public Schools. I am an assistant principal for career and technical education and work-based learning. I am here to speak to you tonight about the necessity of another career and technical education teacher. Our programs are booming. I don't know if you've been in our schools recently, but if you walk into the middle or high school, you can walk into any CTE room. and they are at capacity. There is a waiting list out the door of students who want to go in there. That makes us proud because CTE is more than, excuse me, than vocational technology. It is about helping our students find their paths. We want them to leave Caroline County knowing what they want to do in the future, whether it's enrollment, enlistment, or employment. We want them to have every option. The issue is we don't have enough space for them. We need another CTE teacher to alleviate some of these classrooms. It is unsafe to have a class of 30 in a shop in the middle school. We can't do that in the high school because of OSHA caps. We have students who want to explore these options and are being denied because of classroom limitations. We want every student to explore what matters to them and what could be their future. We are also doing workforce development in these classes. Quarterly, we hold CTE advisory meetings where we bring in business partners and members of the community and ask them what the needs of Caroline County are. Our goal in the CTE and work-based learning programs is to home grow our own people. We want them to come back to the community. We want them to learn here and come back and help us thrive as a community. We cannot continue on this pathway. There is more than just the few options we offer. We know there is a need for other CTE courses like electricians, like HVAC. In order for us to grow, like we've already started doing with the Academies of Caroline, which has been very successful, we need to ensure that middle school students have the opportunity to explore CTE. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Rob Dudley. I am a colleague of Melissa Fry. I'm an assistant principal. I'm finishing up my 4th year at the high school. My wife and 2 small children, we live in the Madison district. To just piggyback a little bit on what Ms. Fry was speaking about with the tremendous success that our CTE program has had, that also beckons us to take a look at what we need as far as leadership. What we've been functioning on for the past few years is half an assistant principal, half a CTE coordinator. It's not going to work anymore because of the success that we have had with our CTE program. The CTE coordinator has so much on their plate in order to make sure that this continues to be a success. They would be there for accountability and for compliance. Their position would help ensure accurate reporting, credential accountability, compliance with state and federal expectations, and also proper monitoring of the Perkins funds and other finances. They would also be there for teacher support and retention. A lot of our CTE teachers are coming to us straight from the workforce because they want to share their talents and their skills and their trades with the younger generation to help them prepare. And so a CTE coordinator would be able to help them with the traditional day-to-day of a teacher, learning how to create lesson plans, learning classroom managements and things like that. A CTE coordinator will also be able to help us strengthen our academy model. We want to make sure that it continues to grow so that we can service our young people. This is not about, to us, it's not about a budget line. It's about an investment in our young people. And this is what we need in order to be able to do that. It's also a great opportunity for someone to be able to focus on community relationships. The CTE coordinator was going to work hand in hand with our local business owners, our small businesses, to bring them in to create a relationship between them and CCPS and CHS specifically and CMS, so that we can in turn have these young people prepared for when they leave high school. If they so choose to jump straight into the workforce, they are ready to go and they are prepared and trained. And this long-term return on investment would be something that would be absolutely incredible for CHS and CCPS. The other position that I'm advocating for tonight is for our history teacher. We have so many students that are now trying to go for an advanced diploma, which is amazing. But they need to have an extra history class. And in order to do that, we need to have another history teacher. So I am asking you humbly to consider very, very carefully a new CTE coordinator position, and a new history teacher position. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. And that wraps up public comment. I'm just kidding.
Come on, that's not funny at all. I won't take any personal offense to that at all. I was going to say good evening. I may not now. Good evening, board. Good evening, Mr. Forehand. How are you guys? And thank you for letting me speak. I do not live in the county, but I have been serving this county in the public schools since 2015. I'm currently the principal of Caroline Middle School. I love working here. I continue to stay here. I choose to stay here to work. It fulfills a need for me. I'm here tonight to speak to the importance of supporting the budget needs prepared by Dr. Calveric and our school board. I would like to speak on 3 specific positions this budget would support for both CMS and Bowling Green Elementary School. The need for a reading specialist at both CMS and Bowling Green is important for a variety of reasons. And I am using my screen because I have to, as some of you with glasses know, I have to make this a little bit bigger so I can see it. The VALS testing data focused on student reading ability shows that 315 students at CMS, roughly 1/3 of our school population, would benefit from a targeted and individualized reading program and plan with specific interventions and supports to help our students. The additional reading specialists at our school in Bowling Green in the budget would allow these plans to be implemented and tracked in a way to best support our students as they work to enhance their literacy skills. The other position I would like to focus on is the math coach at Caroline Middle School. We would also benefit from having a math coach to support both students and teachers as we continue expanding advanced math opportunities. As the division pushes for more students to enroll in advanced classes, a math coach would help support the rollout of Advanced Math 7 while strengthening Advanced Math 6, Advanced Math 7-8, and algebra instruction. The coach could also help teachers use the data to strengthen instruction and better prepare students for these advanced math pathways. In addition, a math coach would provide valuable support for students who are struggling in mathematics. Through RTI and intervention groups, the math coach could help deliver targeted remediation, progress monitoring, and differentiated instructional strategies to close these learning gaps and to improve student outcomes for all our students. This position would not only strengthen advanced programming, but also ensure that all students receive the support necessary to grow and be successful in mathematics. I'm under time. I appreciate you speaking tonight. Have a good day.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Vice Chair Forehand, Assistant Vice Chair Seeley, and the members of the board. My name is Eric Childs, and I'm the proud supervisor of transportation for Caroline County Public Schools. I am no longer a resident here, but I was born and raised, and I am a Caroline graduate. Thank you for your opportunity to speak tonight about the importance of approving funding for the Caroline County Public Schools that will support the purchase of a new transportation routing system for our school division. Student transportation is one of the most critical operations within any school division. Every single day, we are responsible for safely transporting hundreds, if not thousands, of students to and from school, athletic events, field trips, and specialized programs. In many ways, transportation is the first and last interactions families have with the school division each day. Because of that, efficiency, reliability, and safety must remain our top priorities. Our current routing system has served us for many years, but the demands placed on student transportation today are far greater than they were when the system was originally implemented. Additionally, it is at the end of its life cycle. Student populations continue to grow and shift. The needs of special education transportation continue to expand. Traffic patterns, road conditions, and operational expectations have all become increasingly complex. Unfortunately, outdated routing technology limits our ability to respond as effectively and efficiently as we need to do so. Investing in a modern transportation routing system is not simply a technology upgrade. It is an investment in safety, efficiency, accountability, and most importantly, customer service. A new routing system would allow us to design more efficient bus routes, reduce unnecessary mileage, and improve route timing accurately. This means students spend less time on a bus, buses consume less fuel, and wear and tear on vehicles is reduced. Over time, these efficiencies can lead to significant operational savings. In addition, A modern routing platform would greatly improve communication with families and schools. Many systems now provide real-time GPS tracking, quicker updates during delays, and improved visibility for parents and administrators. In today's environments, families expect timely and accurate communication regarding their child's transportation, and we must be prepared to meet those expectations. This investment would also strengthen our ability to support students with special transportation needs. Proper route optimizations helps ensure consistency, shorter route times, ride times, and better coordinations for students who require specialized services. For many families, reliable transportation is not a convenience, it's essential. Another important factor is the nation, school divisions continue to face bus driver shortages. A more efficient routing system helps maximize the resources and personnel we currently have by reducing overlapping routes, improving route balancing, and allowing transportation staff to make informed decisions quickly and accurately. Just to wrap this up, tonight, I respectfully ask for your support in approving funding for Caroline County Public Schools that will support the purchase of a new transportation routing system. This is not simply an expense, it is a long-term investment for our students, our staff, and families, and overall operational success of our school division. Thank you for your time, your continued support of public education, and your commitment to providing safe and reliable transportation for the students of Caroline County. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, members of the board, chair, vice chair, and other board members. I'm Calvin Taylor, and I didn't really come to speak tonight. I had not planned to speak.
Are you in the Madison district too?
Oh, no. I'm in the Port Royal district. Ask Miss Long, she knows where I live. But seriously, I came to say we need your help. And I came to honestly, and not that anyone else hadn't been honest, everybody has been. But we are in a position where we need help. We have basic space needs, and we have to do something about it. We have teachers and staff and students who are being harmed because we don't have space needs, or we have space needs at Lewis and Clark. We have space needs at other schools as well. And we know, I know, I sat in that seat for 20 years. I understand that it's difficult, but I know that there's not a person up there who is not really concerned about our students and about the education that they're getting. We have increased the number of staff people that we have because we need to do that. We have not hired one single person that we did not need to hire. We have not brought one person into Caroline County to work when there was no need for them. You've increased your staff. Staff has increased all over the country. And if you go back and look, there is no school division or government that's operating with the same number of people that they did 5 years ago. Things have changed. We need your help. I understand that you don't have a money tree that you can shake and give us, but we need to make sure that we are providing the best quality education that we can for the children in this county. I'm a born person in this county. I served here for 20 years as a supervisor and second term as a school board member and 33 years as a teacher and an administrator. And I was born here. I love this county, and I want to see this county continue to grow. And I ask you, please, do what you can.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Ann Klockner. I'm the Executive Director at Legal Aid Works. I do not live in Caroline County. Our organization has been serving Caroline County since 1973. I want to thank you for your prior support, and we are asking this year for level funding. We understand all too well what it's like to make tough choices to balance a tight budget. Our 5 attorneys in our office in Fredericksburg serve the 5 counties of Planning District 16, including Caroline County. And we represent low-income people who need an attorney in civil legal matters, such as representing domestic violence victims, getting spousal and child support, and landlord, tenant, and foreclosure matters. We're the only organization providing this service. In your county, there are 3,627 eligible low-income persons who could qualify for the services of our 5 lawyers. We help your county government by taking the strain off your social services safety net, by lifting clients out of poverty with enforceable court orders of child and spousal support that the clients would not otherwise have won without our legal intervention. We help the county court system run efficiently by helping those who can't afford an attorney because pro se litigants slow the system down considerably. And we assist local law enforcement by obtaining enforceable protective orders for domestic violence victims. We leverage your financial support to provide legal services that benefit your citizens. When you total the amount of real, measurable financial help we give the residents of your county compared to the amount you give us, this is an excellent return on your investment. In fact, in the last fiscal year, our office obtained over $104,000 in benefits awarded and claims avoided for 45 of your Caroline County residents. So you can provide good constituent services. Please refer appropriate residents of this county to our website at legalaidworks.org. And again, thank you for your role in achieving the American ideal of justice for all. When you pledge your allegiance to justice for all, this is where this matters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Klockner, before you go, this is the same group that Bill Botts used to work with?
Absolutely.
Okay, the name changed, right?
10 years ago, yes.
Okay.
But it is the exact same organization doing the exact same thing, carrying on his legacy.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Great evening, Chair Forehand, Vice Chair Seeley, and members of the board. My name is Therese Haley, and while I am not a resident of Caroline County, I have worked in the school system for 13 years and recently served as Director of Elementary of Education for 7 of those years. I am here tonight supporting all budget priorities that are being brought forth, but specifically to speak in support of the literacy positions included in the proposed budget and to offer some context for those to what those positions mean from an administrative perspective. You've already heard about the remarkable growth of our students and that they've made in literacy this year, and that data is real. It's real and it's significant. But I want to speak to you about what produced it because that is what the budget decision is actually all about. With the implementation of Virginia Literacy Act, school divisions across the Commonwealth have been called to transform literacy instruction through evidence-based practices grounded in the science of reading. This legislation has required significant professional learning for teachers, intensive instructional coaching, expanded intervention structures, and the adoption of new high-quality instructional materials aligned to research and state expectations. Over the past several years, our division has worked diligently to meet those expectations. We have invested in professional development, adopted high-quality literacy resources, strengthened the instructional practices, and increased our focus on early identification and intervention for struggling readers. However, sustained progress requires sustained support. The reading specialist positions proposed for our 2 schools are critically important because they provide direct, targeted intervention for students who need accelerated literacy support while also building teacher capacity within the classrooms. Reading specialists are not supplemental positions. They are instructional leaders who help ensure students receive the foundational reading skills necessary for future academic success. Early literacy remains one of the strongest predictors of long-term educational outcomes, and these positions help us intervene before gaps widen. Additionally, the literacy support specialist position serving K through 12 represents a division-wide investment in coherence and continuity. This role will help strengthen literacy systems across grade levels by supporting curriculum implementation, instructional coaching, data analysis, intervention alignment, and on learning for teachers and literacy leaders. Literacy is no longer viewed as solely an elementary responsibility. Strong reading, writing, and comprehension skills are essential across all content areas in all grade levels. Your support for these priorities demonstrates an investment not only in our schools, but in the future of our community. Strong readers become confident learners, skilled communicators, prepared graduates, and productive citizens. Thank you for demonstrating your belief in our students, our educators, and the important work in literacy throughout Caroline County Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Nicholas Brogan, and I'm a resident of the Western District. This board passed a 6-cent real estate tax hike. The rate is set, but tonight you decide exactly where that money is spent. The administration rushed this tax hike while keeping the operational details out of sight. They missed our local sales tax targets by a staggering $1 million, tapped our reserves to cover the gap, and delayed this budget proposal. Now, they are bailing themselves out on the backs of working families. If you look for the line item details on the official agenda portal right now, you find absolute silence. The full line item budget draft is completely missing. Consider the double standard at play. When the law forces them to put public records online, like our missing meeting minutes for over a year, they ignore it. When the law allows them to hide a budget draft from the internet, they follow it to the letter. They treat the law like a suggestion when it demands transparency, but use it as a shield to hide the data. The total salary package adjustment across the county is $1.95 million. Let me be clear. Our public safety personnel and hardworking staff earned every penny. We must protect them. My issue is not with first responders. My issue is with the top-heavy executive overhead embedded alongside them. This budget slashes the school board's local operating request by $790,000, while clearing the way for massive administrative growth at the top. Instead of funding classrooms, the priority of this administration is shielding the highest earners. According to the official roster, our county administrator's base salary is $265,447. Caroline ranks 35th in population, yet this salary sits in the top 15 statewide, out-earning the governor of Virginia by more than $90,000 a year. This board holds the absolute legal power to change this budget tonight. Introduce a vote to exclude the county administrator and deputy county administrator from these raises. freeze the pay bump, and give the money back to the citizens. We must ensure that this ridiculously inflated administrator salary is held accountable to the high standards of our county. If the taxpayers are paying a top-tier premium, we demand top-tier competence, not delayed budgets, missing minutes, and million-dollar revenue miscalculations. So I'm asking tonight to please freeze those salaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Anyone else? All right, we'll see you none. We will go ahead and close the public comment for our public hearing for the budget. I guess we can't even take any action at this point for 7 days. So is there any, I guess we just move on to the next. Okay, Mr. Cully. Is it possible to put Mr. Cully's PowerPoint presentation back up?
He's probably got the CIP queued up.
Yeah. Mr. Cully, I had just a few quick questions.
Yes, sir.
They're kind of basic yes or no's, but the last one is not. We had 1.6 million we took out of the unencumbered balance last year to balance that budget.
Most of it was one-time purchases in 26.
Okay, I said they were mostly yes or no's.
Yes.
We took out a 1.6, and this year we didn't take out anything from the unencumbered balance.
Not proposing to.
Okay, so that's a difference, which could have been about 3 cents.
Correct.
500 some thousand.
560 penny.
Okay, and then the other one I found, it says schools are up 2 million. I thought you said 3. Am I wrong, or school budget was up 2 million? It was page.
Yeah, with the state money, but that is so up in the air. Who knows?
Okay.
When the state adopts a budget, we'll come back and discuss the particulars of the school budget with the adjusted ADM that the schools plan on using based on their March 31st. Remember, their budget came to you from a February school board meeting, and March 31st ADM numbers were lower, so they plan on changing that. So we'll have all of that once the state adopts a budget.
Well, that's kind of the last question, which I thought would be a little more of a discussion. We're going to give the schools about $20 million this year, and we usually give that quarterly or whatever it is. What happens if there's no state budget in July?
My recommendation to the board will be to adopt a level funded school budget and come back in August when we meet again, when we'll have the state numbers. So if the state meets the last week in June and adopts a budget, then that's got to go to the Department of Education to actually send the numbers in the spreadsheet to the schools in the county.
To give them a chance
to come up. So they will come back with their request. Y'all have to decide what you want to fund, and based on their new ADM and the state numbers and what you want to give them. It may be that same million, it may be a little bit more or a little bit less. But it's up in the air without a state budget.
Let's just say the state doesn't get the budget done June 30th, which by law they're supposed to, but let's just say they don't. Do we provide funding to schools to make sure they can keep running July 1?
Keep operating in July. You got to appropriate something.
So we would appropriate enough money for them to run for a couple of months, which may be more than we normally appropriate, right?
Right. I mean, if you level funded them, I assume they're not going to get less money than they currently have. They're going to get more money, even with less ADM than they currently have.
Yeah,
Can
but
I
what I'm saying
sharpen
is,
the point on that a little bit, Mr. Thomas?
well, the last thing, just to make sure, we would go the extra step to make sure we funded schools July 1 if the state didn't give them a budget so they could operate for a month or two.
Yeah, we
Just
come back
sure.
yeah.
All right.
If the state doesn't pass the budget by July 1, there is no state funding for any agency in the state, correct? So that means all the comp board salary for everybody. So to be clear, when we adopt our budget, if we adopt for schools, for example, level funding, they can spend the local appropriations as their operating budget until we get a state budget.
Correct.
But that's true for
right.
sheriff's office and everything else.
Correct. We're reimbursed, twice a month from the state on
Okay.
school money. So I assume if they don't adopt a budget, we won't be reimbursed in July, but we have a fund balance will be able to carry us through July. I mean, at some point, the state, I've been doing this a long time. I can't remember when they didn't get it done by right at the last second, because the same thing, the state police and all of these agencies for the state have the same issue. They don't have appropriated funds, so they're asking people to work, non-essential, go home, and everybody declared essential has got to work without pay. So I don't think the state's gonna do that very long.
I'm concerned about that because in West Virginia, they basically unplugged the clock. So it's 11:59 for
right,
however long.
Right.
But we would still have to fund that
Correct.
budget to make sure they could keep going.
Correct.
That's what I wanted to make sure we do. Okay.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's the whole organization. There's, sheriff's office, part of the funding's coming there. We would expect those people to keep working and need a budget adopted.
Okay. Mr. Foran?
Yes, sir, Ms. Black.
Can you go to, I think it's slide 4, please, David? So I just want to.
3 or 4?
4 right there. The public, that's 5. Yeah, 4 right there.
4. I couldn't. That's right over
The utilities fund. So our new customers are paying for those positions, right? So our fund now, our Caroline County Public Utilities Fund is self-supporting, correct?
That's correct. Has been for a couple of years now.
So, okay, so we are not taking out of the general fund to, it's a like Spotsylvania's is, the self-sustaining, their utility fund is self-sustaining.
Between raising our connection fees, remember we lowered them a number of years ago, but we had no building going on. Since raising those when the building boom happened, and then the number of customers, according to Mr. Schiebel, utility director, our customer base has doubled from what it was.
Yeah, because
so,
I saw the budget going from like 10 million to like 14 million or something.
And that's also that doubling of the customer base is the reason the demand for the extra workers. We need people in the field to be able to service the customers.
Okay, and I wanted to make sure something. I just want to clear this up because I think there's been a misunderstanding. So for the average employee in Caroline, not the sheriff's deputies, because we're giving them around, they're getting a higher bump. But for the average employee, it's an average of about 4% increase, correct?
4.25.
4.25. So that includes their step.
That includes the step.
So it's not 4% plus a step.
No.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
it's
that
a COLA of 2%, which raises the scale, so it raises any step. And then if you earn a step through performance evaluation, that averages, because of the way McGrath put this pay plan together, which was a consultant the board hired a couple of years ago, it's about 2.25. So it adds up to about 4.25.
Okay. Okay. Does that include department heads too? Is that like say for example,
Yes.
Mr. Schiebel or something
Yes,
like that?
yes.
So would that include now? How would you do like constitutional officers? Is that the same thing?
No,
So
constitutional officers, that's on this next slide. 4%, and that's 5 employees. It's 3 constitutional officers, the registrar, and myself. Everybody else is either on the public safety pay plan, which is, we treat the sheriff on that same scale, even though he's a constitutional officer. The Commonwealth attorney, remember we talked about that the night I presented the budget. We were going to add the Commonwealth attorney to public safety, and that their attorneys and the constitutional officer form public safety duties, and it's actually chief law enforcement officer, and then fire and rescue chief, and everybody in fire and rescue. So that that's why there's a lot of people on that plan, and that's why one of the reasons it equals as much as it does.
So the 34,000 is for 5 employees.
Correct.
Okay. So 5. So who are the employees again? They're getting the
Treasurer, commissioner, revenue, clerk of the circuit court, registrar, and myself.
So 5. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that.
But the deputy county administrator is
He's on the
covered
pay
by the
plan.
normal.
He's on the pay plan.
Right.
Along with all department heads.
So he would be at, the deputy county administrator would be at 4%.
It could be at 4.25%, somewhere wherever that works with his step.
Right.
I
Okay.
haven't looked at him individually, so I don't know. But his step is going up 2%. And if he gets a step, then whatever that delta is from one step to the other, and that's on the pay
Depends on the
plan.
employee, but the average, depends on the employee, but the average,
If you had
'cause
to,
we do
yes.
this in education, so I get it. So the average, depending on, it's hard to say, but whether you're, right,
If
okay.
if the county had built the scale, it would be like the public safety plan. It would be a fixed 2% because it's a lot easier, but we didn't build that. McGrath company, Dr. McGrath,
The third
party built
party,
it.
the
And
experts,
so, yeah, so it
third party that, yes, right,
depends on where you are in the steps as to how much that is
right.
and what grade.
Okay, all right, so those are questions that I had for right now. I have, I guess for, I don't know if I can ask Dr. Calveric a question, or is that for, is it okay if I ask Dr. Calveric a question?
On our
I mean, it probably has to do more with, well, I can ask her one question if you don't mind, Or is that okay with the board, or?
If she wants to walk up and answer a question.
I'll have a second question for you on the capital cost. I guess my question is this: I was looking at this spreadsheet that Mr. Underwood gave us, and in 2014, I saw school operating budget as 35 million is basically what you're, and then right here, and then it's 65 million. Is that correct? What I'm seeing on this paper?
Approximately, yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess my question is to you is like, I'm a big advocate of people called teachers in the school system. And I was noticing on the numbers, I was looking at the student superintendent's annual report. And my question is, what are we doing to lower this per pupil, retention? Because like, for example, there's a huge difference between, like, say, having 25 students in a classroom, having 30, or having 20 and 25. So we've seen a growth in the amount of money that the schools are getting. And my question is, what are we doing to ensure that that per pupil ratio to teacher pupil is going down?
So on a weekly basis, our staff comes together in what's called instructional leadership team, and we meet with our human resources department, and we monitor not only ADM, but enrollment, which are two different data points. And so, for example, right now, we are getting that live data on a weekly basis from the schools in order to evaluate that cohort model moving forward, and where there might be an FTE, for example, at 5th grade, if we're rolling 7 classes forward and we're only receiving 6 from 4th grade, we take that FTE and we put it in what's called the bank, which is just a holding tank. And then as other areas may ultimately rise in terms of enrollment, that banked position is appropriated out to ensure that we stay below the required per pupil teacher ratio. In grades K through 3 in all of our elementary schools, we receive class size reduction funding. At Lewis and Clark, off the top of my head, we have to be 24-1 in K3 classes. That is also true, I believe, of Madison, and then it's maybe 23-1 at Bowling Green. The minute one of those classes goes over by one student, we, by law associated with those funds, are to appropriate a new teacher, or we run the risk of losing those additional monies. So those are just some of the strategies that we use. And then, of course, we evaluate our growing population needs, especially in exceptional education, English language learners, through the budgetary process, and then we present those to both boards for consideration.
I'm just curious on for like your specialists, when you do a reading specialist and so forth, we see them less in the high school, I guess, than you see more in the elementary schools. I know that.
Yes.
And I know they are helpful. I'm not saying that, but does that, when you look at, does that go towards the per pupil, like in other words, ratio? Like in other words, if you hire a reading specialist, so it says, like when you look at the superintendent's annual report, and so I'm a regular classroom teacher, you have your regular 4th grade teacher, 5th grade teacher at the elementary school. Do the specialists count towards that per pupil ratio, or is it just classroom teachers?
It is not just classroom teachers. I would have to actually pull the definition or turn behind me and see if Mrs. Stevens could articulate more clearly what the positions are. There are positions or FTEs that are included within the state's per pupil teacher ratio. So
Okay.
you might see 1 to 14 when you look that data point up, but that is because it's including some positions that aren't truly classroom teachers. They're educators, they're teachers, but they don't necessarily have homeroom responsibilities where they have 25, 26 students assigned to them. So those numbers do drive down the PTR when you're looking at state reporting. And that's through the definition BDOE provides.
Okay, I'll have another question for you when it comes to the
Sure.
capital, but thank you.
Absolutely.
The public hearing, thank you so much.
Dr. Calvert? There's one other question.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Underwood did have a question.
Sure.
I don't have a question, I have comments.
All right, maybe we would save our comments for later. Because this is a question. She's here to answer a question if you have one.
I didn't call her. He
Okay.
called her.
All right.
I have comments.
Thank you.
It's public hearing. We're still in public hearing, which means.
No, we did not. No.
We haven't closed public comment.
Well, maybe you did. Okay.
But the board was asking questions.
Yeah, but he didn't have a question. He had a comment. All right. Do you have a comment?
I have a comment
Okay.
regarding the discussion of school operating budget.
Okay. Is this?
And that's what we're discussing, the 26-27 proposed budget. Everyone has come and talked about the need for additional funding
Fair enough.
or that we haven't funded. So
Please proceed.
thank you. David, could I have the slide, please? I don't like anymore to give out information without giving you facts, because facts seem to be something that continue to escape conversations. The conversation about the composite index being the minimal, that's true. But this board hasn't funded. When you did the JLARC study, the state said that schools should receive more funding. If you look at this chart in the fifth column, the school operating budget in 2018 before COVID was $40,975,000. I don't know, it's in the green column, David. If you could make that larger for me. Just zoom in. The state began to give schools additional money. And as Mr. Black, and I gave you this printout, the school budget now is well over $65 million from 2018 because JLARC and the state gave additional funding. In the yellow column, right, thank you. In the yellow column, you'll see that the local match, or not local match, the local contribution from us, from the residents, has also increased from 13.9 million to 18.9 million. It continues to increase. But you have to remember that we don't only fund school operating costs. If you go to the last column, please, David, now. Since 2007, we've contributed to school debt service of $83 million. A comment by the chairman that I'm pitting one against the other. I'm not pitting anybody against, I'm just giving you facts. The fact is that we have spent this money to ensure improvements in schools has occurred. We have spent over $8 million since 2008
I think it's Davis, the buses, yeah. There. We started off at $66,000 a year funding for buses. Our funding for buses at this point per year is $915,000. We've continued to fund buses to the tune of $8,015,000. So once we give money to schools, we don't say where to spend it. We don't say whether to give this person a raise or that person a raise or hire this person. That's up to the people who spend the money. Our role is to give you the money. Our responsibility in terms of giving you the money stops there, but our responsibility to ask questions and protect the taxpayers does not stop there. Our per pupil spending, and I'll be quiet. Our per pupil spending, total cost per pupil, in 2007 was $8,280. Our per pupil spending this year is $15,492 per pupil. Yes, it is costly. Yes, we have more special needs students. But these are the facts. How you spend your money is up to you. I was helping my mother at 1957. I'll never forget it. I was a 5-year-old, 6-year-old kid, and I found $10 underneath her dresser. Like any stupid young man with $10, didn't understand or appreciate money in 57, I ran to the little corner grocery store and bought $10 worth of penny candy. I came home with a sack, grocery sack, happy as I could be. And my mom asked me, what'd you do? How'd you get this? I said, I found $10 under the nightstand. She said, well, don't you understand what I can do with $10? And she took me to the grocery store. She brought eggs and milk and meat and flour, enough to feed our family of 9. It's not that I don't want you to spend the money. It's not that I don't want you to have the money. I just want to make sure that we're spending it to the best that we can be. And this chart just indicates to me the money's here. What we do with the money is something different. And now, Mr. Chairman, I will close.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. All right, with that, we'll move to item number 5, which is the proposed fiscal year 2027 through 2031 capital improvement program. Mr. Cully.
I got here faster than David could change screens. All right, this is information for the public hearing on the 27 to 31 capital improvement program. Total proposed for the general fund, which is, the county fire and rescue, parks, public works, FY 27 to 31 CIP is $92,125,017. The total proposed for FY 27 is $6,747,423, which is an increase of $3,295,932 over 26. Proposing $3 million in loan proceeds, proposing $0 in lease financing, and proposed $1,015,737 transferred from the general fund balance, and then proposed $2,731,000 1,686 from general reserves. We'll be pulling down from SNAP various monies that we borrowed several budget years ago. We've been working on it in finance with our new accountant to get some monies pulled down for various projects that we upfronted the cash on. So we're going to put that in a reserve account to be able to use on CIP instead of just sticking in the general fund balance. The projects, server upgrades for IT, 80,000. Sheriff's motor vehicles, 1,116,876.
Mr. Kelly, did you say SNAP?
Yes.
As in-
Acronym real quick, Jen. State non-arbitrage program.
Okay, not the other SNAP.
No, not a benefit. No,
Okay,
it's where
all right.
money's invested
All right, just making sure.
with all kinds of
Just seemed-
rules,
my-
and you can't earn interest more than what you paid, and those type of things.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I shouldn't have used that acronym, but it's investment pool. We also have some with a trustee that Wilmington Bank, different trustees. It depends on where Davenport gets all that set up doing any of our individual leases and loans.
Yeah, because we can't, if we borrow money at 3%, we can't go to the bank and get 5%.
If we do, we have to pay the
back.
2%. Yes, to the federal. We're working on a payback right now with that as we speak, along with every other locality that borrowed money back prior to the interest rate rise is suffering with that didn't get their projects completed
Right.
due to supply chains and various other things, as we've had on fire trucks and those sorted things. If you remember last year, we found money to help replace part of the sheriff's office Windows 10 machines that were end of life, and so this will finish off the rest of their tough books and stuff, their equipment, $195,737. Motor vehicles and equipment for fire and rescue, which is another reserve engine and an ambulance, $1,069,810. A&E work for Station 1 Bowling Green, $200,000. Parking lot next to this building, $150,000. Flooring upgrades around all buildings, $90,000. Public Works shop expansion, $50,000. Public safety building, A&E work, $250,000. Solid waste roll-off truck, $295,000. They have really gone up. Beginning work on Ladysmith Park, $250,000. And then the one borrowed financed project for the Dawn Community Building that we're working on, hopefully we'll be working on design here soon for $3 million. Fund 502, the utilities CIP budget, which is called capital outlay in the actual utilities budget, the 27 to 31 is $92,190,000. Proposed for FY27, $3,950,000, which is an increase of $1,490,300. Part of that's transfer from the utility fund balance of $600,000. Remember, a few years ago we created a utility fund reserve for well development, so that would fund continued well development. And if those of you didn't read our press release, we're on level 2 water restrictions due to lack of water, which we're working on constantly. Utility fund revenues, so it's about $300,000 in just general revenues to help support CIP. And then we propose a loan proceed of $3,050,000 to fund the additional. So there you have the projects. Well supply development equals that 600. Pump station rehab at Econo Lodge, loan proceeds of 550. Utility fund revenues, another 300 to finish that off. Carmel Church manhole rehab, 250. Booster pump station improvements, 250. Chemical storage at the wastewater treatment plant, 750. And sludge handling facilities expansion at the wastewater treatment plant, $1,250,000 for this projects proposed this year. For the school CIP, total requested 27 to 31, $115,058,860. Recommended for 27, $2,469,895, which is an increase of $1,490,033. Those projects, elevator modernization at different schools, $300,000 twice. ADA access to the sports fields, and that's at the middle school, An activity bus type A, 100,000. The bus replacements we mentioned earlier, 977,895. AI dash cameras for the student transport vehicles. Maintenance and student transport vehicles, 60,000, and then another transportation support vehicle, 82,000. Indoor air quality and testing and repair, and that's a bigger project, so that'll be funded over multiple years, but 200,000 from general fund transfer this year. Intercom update, 100,000, and badge card reader, entry reader system, $150,000. So that totals up to recommended for this year. We're not proposing any lease for the sheriff or fire vehicles this year. $3 million for the building construction for the Dawn Community Center, $3,050,000 for utility lease revenue bonds, and $0 leased for schools. So the schools all be general fund transfers and reserves. So the total borrowing for the CIP from all CIP, $6,050,000. And that's all I have on that. Time for public hearing.
Can you go back, Mr. Sadler? Thank you. Right there. Now, I asked you before about general fund revenue or money being used to balance the budget. But here's general fund things we're going to pay for as part of CIP one time.
Correct.
We don't have that particular PowerPoint. What's the total number of general fund items you've got in there? Because that's $2 million right there, $1.5 million.
Yeah, 2,469,895.
That you're pulling out of the general fund.
Or reserves that I'm bringing back in from SNAP and or these different trustees that are holding money for us.
How much comes from the general fund? Is it just that next slide, or is it more?
Yeah, just what I had proposed off that next slide, 135. The buses is always that 977. That's just a little bit of the increase from the 915 the year before.
But
the
the
AI
buses
dash
wouldn't
cameras.
count, because we do buses like this all the time. So
Right.
we're always pulling money for buses
Right,
out
that's
of
what I'm saying.
general
So there's really only an increase from the delta between 26 to 27, which was 915 to 977. It's really
this
one
is
more
only
bus.
like $400,000 you're pulling out of general fund, other than what you normally would pull anyhow.
Right, or normally fund. We
So- so-
funded
So the 1.6 last year we pulled out of general fund did not include the 900,000 for buses. So we really pulled 2.5 out of last year. Or did we pull 700,000 out of last year?
No,
You see what I'm saying?
no, that was all various other projects that we had more, it probably paid for other trucks and other things. I had to go back into last year's budget to tell you what that added up to.
You see what
but
I'm asking?
Not exactly.
How much are we pulling out of the unencumbered balance? And that says 400,000 or something like that.
Right.
But does last year's budget, when we pulled 1.6 million, does that include 900 for buses?
Yes.
Or not?
That includes.
So
No, it would only have
we pulled 2.5 or 1.6.
No, last year's buses would only still been the delta between the year before.
But that
'Cause they were funded,
900,000 came from the general fund.
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
It was just in the budget.
Yeah, I just want to, I'm trying to get at what the general fund number was we pulled before and what we pulled now.
Right.
And I need buses to kind of help that number, because now you're pulling 900,000 for buses, which is different.
Right.
Not what you did last year.
When you go back a few years ago, we used to balance with just a number that said, general fund balance.
Oh, I understand.
$2.5 million. It didn't really say where it was going. Well, with Davenport telling us not to do that, I asked specifically, can I fund one-time purchases? And he said yes. So that's when I started marking those as a general fund transfer versus just a balancing number, and you didn't know what it was. So it's kind of, at some point, it was just a delta from what we were already funding to what the increase was. This year is actually an extra bus.
Yeah.
plus the bus increases. They wanted more buses, but it was hard to get there, but it was an extra bus.
So this year, I'm really pulling 1.3 million out of the general fund.
Yes.
Okay.
But we're putting money back in from pulling bond proceeds from multiple years.
But I'm pulling 1.3 million out of the general fund. Okay.
All right. Any other, oh, can you go back one more slide, please? Or two, or another? The chemical storage, we funded a tank several months back that was
gonna be a
failing.
Joey question.
He's not here.
He was. Why did he leave? Oh, yeah. Mr. Shebel to the front. He probably didn't realize he would get a question.
Yeah.
Going his way.
Sorry, man.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
We funded a tank replacement tank was failing
Yes, sir.
several months back, and this is a separate from this number.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
That was for a chemical storage tank at the wastewater
Correct.
treatment plant
Yeah.
to store our carbon source.
And this is for,
That is for the alum expansion. So right now we have a 5,000 gallon tank,
Yeah.
and we don't have enough capacity to take a tanker load of chemicals. So we end up paying for a freight for hauling less chemical, and we don't get the discount. So this would expand that facility to have about 10,000 gallons of storage.
okay. All right, thank you.
Can you, before he does the public hearing, can you ask Mr. Sadler if he can hear me to send us this spreadsheet, this PowerPoint?
Oh, sure. If he
We
can,
don't-
I can.
Yeah, we don't
he-
have this.
Yeah, I just finished this one today, so.
I've spent time
With
looking
that,
for it.
we will go ahead and open up our public hearing on the 27 to 31 capital improvement program. So we are now open. If you would like to speak, you will have 3 minutes, and the same rules as previously will apply to this as well. So if you would like to speak, come on up. 2027 to 2031 capital improvement program. Any takers? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing on the capital improvement plan. Any questions, Mr.
Dr.
Black?
Calvert, I had that second one for Dr. Calvert.
Okay. Dr. Calvert, would you mind entertaining another question from Mr. Black? Thank you. Good for
Yeah,
making
thank
sure
you.
keep your steps.
Sorry, I thought it would be better under this one, and I was thinking about asking on at the last public hearing, but I think this is a better one. I'm looking at ADM numbers, and if I go back to like 2014, I think I'm looking at this, it says your ADM in 2014 was 4,204. And then this year it's 4,220. And I guess my question is, so that's a difference of 16, would be 16 students based on these numbers. And I guess my question is, I have no doubt that Lewis and Clark is, we as a board about 10 years ago, was it 10 years ago we did the expansion of the high school? It was 10 years, we did the expansion of Carolina High School, and then we added on to Madison, correct? Yeah. So we added on to Madison. So I guess my question is, it just because the western part of the county, because there's only a 16 student increase based on this data from the ADM, from these are, I think from Mr. Underwood, where did you get these? These are all from Department of Education numbers. So I guess my question is with that increase of like we're hearing, and I have no doubt Lewis and Clark is, because I've seen the lines and so forth, is it just because it's imbalanced where we get the growth in one area as opposed to, because if you have 16, a total of 16 extra students, I guess my question is why all of a sudden the huge crowding issues now, you get what I'm saying? Is it because we're building like crazy in the western part of the county and we got a bunch of kids going and it's not balanced around the county where the growth is most in one area? I guess that's my question.
Sure, that can be a complicated response. So let me begin by saying that while the number you have referenced is potentially the reported ADM, our ADM is different from our enrollment. So we actually have more bodies in seats, but depending on when they transition in and out of our door determines how they're calculated in the average daily membership. So it's important to remember we're always serving a greater number than ADM reflects. Secondly, you are keenly aware that we have over 15 preschool classrooms, which I know has been a topic of conversation, that are at maximum capacity with waiting lists. And so that student number is not reflected within the K-12 ADM. And you are aware that we are funded through Head Start, Virginia Preschool Initiative, and Title I funding. And we actually have a comparable, if not more in some instances, per pupil expenditure through those pathways than we do actually for our quote unquote K-12 student base. So those are factors that play into the actual students in the building. But of great importance is the need to reflect on programmatic growth and requirements from the Virginia Department of Education. When you look at the mental health arena, we have service providers that we never entertained offering in 2015, 2007. Every school has a social worker. Every school has multiple school counselors. We have mental health providers such as counselors that are based in our school that are using families' insurance, but they need spaces. All 5 compliments to your support of this in the sheriff's department of our schools have full-time school resource officers. Part of our memorandum of understanding is that they have a private office with phone access. We also have a growing English language learner population and a standard of quality that has required greater service provisions. That requires greater staff, it requires greater space. I would be remiss not to reiterate our special education population. It's almost like the field of dreams where you build it, they will come. Our population is growing. We provide great services in most instances. And so that arena has really expanded in terms of intensive support programming. You heard the need for a new behavior support program at Madison. Well, we have been sending our Madison students that have individualized education plans for behavioral needs to either Bowling Green or Lewis and Clark because there is no program at Madison. But both of those programs are now at capacity, and by law, we can't go over the caseload. And so we need this position at Madison, 1, to pull the kids back to their home school, 2, to balance caseloads, and then 3, to create space at Bowling Green and Lewis and Clark because they are continuing to receive students that have these specialized needs. So those are just a few examples of, 1, why our staff numbers have increased over the years, because the demands of public education have just altered greatly. And we are responsive to our community needs and to what the standards of quality and VDOE are requiring. Additionally, intervention for reading and math with specialists, with interventionists, with tutors, with chronic absenteeism faculty. All of these people have had to join our team in order to lift the new work, the heaviness of some of the new charges that we have faced and try to do quality jobs with. So I hope that gives you a depth of understanding.
Sure. Just one, when were the, just like, what year was, so before, so roughly around this time, like when was Head Start put into the schools? Do you know?
Oh, goodness. I'm going to turn around because I do believe our Director of Federal Programs is here. And I want to say we became the grant recipient of Head Start 4 years ago, November of 2022. So I was close.
So at that time, you needed the 15 extra classrooms, as you mentioned earlier, for that. Is that what you were saying? You had
No,
mentioned.
sir. No, sir. We already had Virginia Preschool Initiative. We already had Head Start in our buildings.
Okay.
But the provider, the grant owner, was an external entity, and they were using in-kind services to service our students within the buildings. There was a slight adjustment at Bowling Green. We had 2 to 3 classrooms at Bowling Green, and we moved them to Bowling Green Elementary because we wanted them to have the same equitable opportunity to access all the resource services, counseling services, mental health services that were home-based at Bowling Green. And then, of course, to matriculate naturally into their K experience.
So those kids were always in the like at Lewis and Clark Elementary or Bowling Green.
Absolutely.
They were at the schools.
Yes,
in the
we
classrooms.
just became the fiscal steward when we became the grant recipient.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
I guess, Dr. Calverigan, I appreciate what you do. And I do understand the programmatic changes that have occurred. The pre-K students that are in, I say the K-12 buildings, but they're the public school buildings. My responsibility as the board member and the money that flows through the coffers of the board of supervisors, I look at K-12 education first. You as the superintendent and the boards of ed or the school board, you've taken on the extra charge of putting the pre-K and Head Start in the K-12 buildings. You've taken that additional charge. My charge is to ensure that the K-12 money that comes from the Department of Ed along with the local funding meets the needs of those kindergarten through 12 students first. That's my concern. I'm concerned about preschool. I'm concerned about Head Start. But in my little bit of wisdom, I can't allow the K-12 students to not have because we take on another program. That's my concern. I remember when they were in a building behind the old Bowling Green Primary School. They weren't always in our buildings. We've lost 120 students, but yet we're saying we're busting at the seams. And I do understand that when you have special ed students, I think your maximum capacity is 7 to 1 teacher and so forth. So that does take additional classroom. I do understand that. But my disagreement comes with saying that this board continues not to fund K-12 education, yet you take on the additional charge of taking space away from my K-12 students to accommodate those students that you yourself and this school board took on. If you could, we can talk about it, we can dialogue about it, but that's really my concern. I love the students in Caroline County. I've given my heart to these students, many of them, but I just have a fundamental disagreement of how we're doing this. And that's again, that's my consternation. And I have to stay here until you help me get past this or we look at things totally different.
Sure. If you would have,
dilemma.
I'm sorry.
I do understand your dilemma.
Absolutely. 3 points, and then I would ask that maybe we have a joint meeting and have further discussion around this. I don't want us to get too far away from the CIP budget hearing.
We're talking about the capital. Yep.
Yes, exactly. But the first thing I do want to remind our board of is Planning District 16 Comprehensive Health Assessment.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the CHA, it is very apparent that there are red flags for Caroline County when compared to King George, Fred City, Spotsy, and Stafford. And that is who we are clustered with. We have the highest chronic conditions We're a daycare desert. We're a physician desert. We have the lowest educational attainment per household, and we also have the lowest median income per household. When I saw that data, my heart broke, and I thought, goodness, that is a really heavy lift. What can we do as educators? And that brings me to my second point. My second point is, it is not rocket science that students that have access to early education from the ages of 2 to 5 are better equipped, have a more level playing field to be able to access K-12 resources. And we are basically the sole provider in Caroline, hence why we have a waiting list and why we have our seats filled on a regular basis. And then finally, I understand the statement associated with the give and take of classroom space. We are funded for these preschool programs, but we unfortunately, and fortunately, because it's a positive and it's a negative in this situation, we are a beautiful rural community that works to preserve and enhance. And at times, that's a dichotomy that's really challenging. But because we're 550 plus square miles, it is very challenging to have a conversation about a preschool center because our most at-promise population or at-risk population that attends because they qualify, they meet the eligibility requirement for preschool, would then have to either A, transport their own children because we don't transport 3-year-olds that much farther to a single location, or we would have to invest in transportation for those 3s and 4s, and then many of our most little scholars would be on a bus for over an hour because of our geographic vastness. So we absolutely understand the capacity issue. We talk about it regularly. We actually talked with you about maybe an option of buying a property that's no longer available and putting a pre-K center there. And we knew there were downsides to that, but it was a bridge plan. So we've been talking about it, but we need to move the needle. However that's done together. We have to come to the table and talk about this because it's not just 4216. It's really a much higher number that we work with on a daily basis. And it's our responsibility to ensure that all of our youth have the start that they need.
Could I ask her a
Thank
quick
you.
question before she leaves? Dr. Calveric, in the old Ladysmith Elementary School,
Right.
how many students are in there for Miss Allison's daycare?
I don't have her enrollment data. I would have to get back with you on that. She uses one wing of that building that has not been renovated and would not be compliant with school standards.
So they're renting space from the schools.
Absolutely. And have for a number of years.
Right. So can somebody tell me how many students are there? I heard 120 of them.
We can
Oh,
certainly get back to you. I just don't have that on the top of
I
my
think Ms.
mind.
Dunn was got it, 115.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ms. Long?
Yes, thank you. We discussed, I guess almost a year ago now, the idea of, or we offered the idea of adding space to already existing schools, that we would come up with a design and we would construct it and be in charge of building it. And that sort of died on the vine because of some disagreements of who was going to be controlling things. But yet we still haven't solved the issue of space. So my request is that I would like to have a conversation sometime with school board as to why we haven't moved forward, at least in discussion on that, because all I have heard all evening is we need space. But yet over a year ago, we offered a plan and it ended up in high spirits and we never got back to it. And to quote you, our kids deserve better than that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would also say that I do appreciate and I agree that our little ones need socialization and basic learning, that type of thing. But I also think like the children that are in the old building in daycare there, the 115, for good people who love children. I mean, my kids went to a private pre-K type thing before they went to school. There used to be facilities in churches where they would have daycare for kids. Has that just died out? Or is the school stepping on toes? Where
No,
you used to be
ma'am.
able to go to, it's not a requirement that the kids have to go to a public school at 3 years of age or 4 years of age, correct? So there still could be programs
And there are service providers, they're just not plentiful. And they, of course, have a larger fee associated with them. When parents are from low income households, they don't necessarily have the means to pursue the limited options, nor can they potentially travel out of county for options that may be available. And so the school eligibility program that they then qualify for comes at no cost to that household. And so it becomes an access route for families that don't have some of the options that you may just have identified. Additionally, preschools, daycares have become a much more regulated business, and it is actually under the Virginia Department of Education's purview now. And so there are a larger number of criteria associated with being a service provider, and we are part of a READY region that requires certain criteria to be met for both those private industries as well as public preschools.
so that's why we're not seeing churches and other
very well could be.
nonprofit organizations reaching out.
It could be, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Kelberg, thank you.
Yes, sir.
there
Thank you for the
taking
opportunity.
Impromptu questions. All right. Mr. Kelly, is this in the same category? We can't do anything with it for 7 days?
Yes, you would want to adopt this after you adopted the budget.
All right. Figured
I'm
as
not
much.
positive you couldn't adopt it, so I don't want to say that, but we've always adopted it after we made sure we adopted the budget, so we're funding it appropriately.
Makes sense. All right, with that, we will move along to item number 6, which is unfinished business. It's the proposed supplemental appropriations budget, budget amendments to fiscal year 25-26 for the school budget. I see you coming down already. Good evening. We do have a hand.
Good evening. Mr. Parton is handing out the items just in paper form that were included on your board packet. So good evening, Chair Forehand, Vice Chair Seeley, members of the board, and Mr. Cully. I'm Marcia Stevens, Chief Operations Officer at Caroline County Public Schools, and am tonight returning to bring the remaining fiscal year 26 budget amendment request items for your consideration. As an overview, on April 13th, 2026, CCPS received school board approval for fiscal year 26 budget amendment 1, inclusive of 6 grants and SOQ budget or bonus funds noted above. On May 12th, 2026, CCPS sought Board of Supervisors approval of the same budget amendment items. As stated on May 12th, these items required no local match or funding stream. The school division was solely seeking budget authority to ensure spend down by the grants by their associated expiration dates. The Board of Supervisors approved budget authority for the all-in grants. Spend down is $630, and the jobs for Virginia, which had an expiration of May 15th. All other budget amendment items, including the SOQ bonus, state funds, Bowling Green School Improvement Grant, the Math Acceleration Grant, the Math Innovation Grant, and the Comprehensive Literacy Grant monies were continued to this evening's regular scheduled meeting. CCPS submitted the budget amendment presentation and supporting documentation shared with Board of Supervisor members on May 12th to the county auditors for review. The auditors provided the attached letter confirming that CCPS request aligns with governmental accounting standards established by the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, otherwise known as GASB, which emphasizes budgetary compliance and transparency in financial reporting. They also confirmed consistency with the Federal Uniform Guidance 2 CFR Part 200, which requires recipients to align expenditures with approved budgets for federal awards and to review budgets when funding levels change. The Brown, Edwards and Company letter documents that the division's budget amendment request is in compliance with established accounting and financial reporting practices. As such, we will provide a brief overview of the 4 remaining grants and the SOQ bonus funding details to support your favorable review and approval for fiscal year 26 Budget Amendment 1. The Comprehensive Literacy Grant provides Bowling Green Elementary and Caroline Middle with access to $219,604. The grant application was submitted on November 6, 2025, awarded on December 15, 2025, and the VDOE grant award notification was received on February 17, 2026. This grant is to inform and improve comprehensive literacy instruction and support intensive professional learning for educators in the science of reading. Our approved application specifically outlines TNTP consulting services, support materials and resources per the consulting data, as well as summer academy materials and summer reading student supplies and resources. The Bowling Green Elementary School School Improvement Grant supports school improvement activities and implementation of evidence-based interventions. The grant was submitted on February 6, 2026, was awarded on March 17, 2026, and the grant notification was received on April 14, 2026, with a spend down date of September 30th, 2026. Bowling Green's VDOE approved application includes the materials and professional learning for Orton Gillingham, a highly structured multisensory method designed to teach reading, writing, and spelling. OG is also known to provide teachers with a toolbox of instructional practices good for all students, but especially students with disabilities. Bowling Green Elementary and Caroline Middle Schools are recipients of the Math Innovation Grant in the amount of $251,952. The grant application was submitted on November 13th, 2025, and awarded on January 28th, 2026. The grant award notification document was received from VDOE on February 2nd, 2026. These funds are to be spent down by June 30th, and we have been provided an opportunity to apply for an extension to spend down by December 30th. This grant was awarded to support the competency-based learning model in math to improve achievement and strengthen teacher practices. TNTP consulting services have been contracted and are focused and supporting focus observations, feedback cycles, and related professional learning. The Math Acceleration Grant was awarded in the amount of $36,172 to support Caroline Middle School and Caroline High for continuing education. These funds are aimed at expanding the cadre of secondary math experts through innovative math credentialing options. Continuing education consists of the praxis prep courses, praxis testing, advanced placement or AP training, licensure, certification courses, and teacher completion. The grant was submitted on October 15, 2025, awarded on January 27, 2026, and the grant award notification was received the same day. The funds are to be spent down by June 30th, and VDOE has provided an opportunity for extension through December 30th, 2026, in which we have applied. The Standard of Quality SOQ bonus funds are being provided in the caboose bill for the state for fiscal year 26. The state funding amount is $464,445, with the required local match of $250,195, in which no additional funds are being requested from the Board of Supervisors to meet the local match. VDOE notified school divisions on March 19th of the state amount for the bonus, and schools had to certify the bonus distribution by May 1st to VDOE. If not used in fiscal year 26, the school division can recertify and pay the bonus out in fiscal year 27. However, the school division must meet the required local match amount in the fiscal year 26 year. Bonus rules were sent out by VDOE that must be followed by the school division when distributing the bonus to employees. These rules allowed for flexibility to pay bonuses less than $1,500 per employee. However, the entire state and local required match must be utilized in distributing the bonus to employees. As a reminder, this budget amendment does not require any local financial support from the county and locality. CCPS is seeking approval of the budget authority equaling $1,017,147, which reflects the 4 outlined grants and the SOQ state bonus. And before we close out this evening, we would like to acknowledge receipt of 1 question directly related to this evening's 4 grants and SOQ bonus funds. The question was, could we on this issue, especially since at times you seem to want interest from the Board of Supervisors in programs and events at the schools, get a future accounting of how the grant money was dispersed and the results of the different programs. And as always, CCPS would be happy to present an accounting on any specific grant funds and results at either a joint board meeting or a regular scheduled Board of Supervisors meeting. Upon receipt of a future Board of Supervisor request, CCPS staff will craft a presentation aligned with those specific grants and funds. At this time, I'll take any questions.
I have one quick one. The regarding the SOQ funds, the 250 match, is that just something you're covering in your existing budget?
We would cover it within the existing budget, notifying that we are above the required local match at this time with the loss of ADM.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Thomas.
To kind of follow up on that, you said if you deferred that money to 27, then you would ask the county for a local match of the 250? Is that what you said?
No, if we deferred it to 27, the state will still look at it to where we have to still make that match in 2026. They're just saying it as part of the required local match in 2026.
So you're saying the schools have in their budget $250,000 to cover that local match right now and not worry about if it's deferred to 27?
Correct. The county provided above the required local match and share for the current fiscal year that we're in and can cover that $250,000.
Okay. Now I want to ask another question. It may be a couple, but if you could help me understand, I have the Department of Education School Division spending plan in front of me for the grants we approved. And in some cases, there were items that you were actually doing during the school year, right? So during the school year, before you got the grant, was that activity paid for with local funds?
All of these grants were items that we were not doing during the school year. These are items that we have applied for specifically for the grants for these 4 items, as well as the SOQ bonus. So the items for like the TNTP consulting, the additional summer school resources, all of those are items in which we are buying above and beyond our local budget that we have applied for these grant monies and have received.
But see, this says that fiscal year 26 personnel, and the first one, this is the all-in grant, that she used $104,000. And of course, you're going to get a grant for $104,000 to cover that piece. But where did the original $104,000 come from?
The original 104 with all in on a prior year did get paid out of fiscal year 25, and we carried over the full amount of all in state funds.
Fiscal year 25 local funds?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So now we're replacing the local funds with the grant money.
Well, we have changed the entire grant this year. It's written differently. It's not the same as it had been written previously. There were positions in there that are no longer. However, I do request, I respectfully request that if we're going to discuss all-in, that was approved last month, and we can certainly come give you a full accounting of all-in funds at a future meeting.
No, and it's, I'm just asking you to help me understand so I can explain it to people later. Because it seems like in some of the grants, there was local funding used for the current whatever fiscal year that was. I don't have any problem with that. I don't have any problem with giving you the grant money. I just want to understand.
Yep, it's very similar to ESSER funding. Some of the ESSER funding did not require, does not have the supplanting. All of these grants that we have here tonight do not allow us to supplant. So supplanting is when you are paying it out of a local source and then trying to move it to federal. You cannot. The other is state funding. The all-in was state funding, and it's very similar to the ESSER funding. We were allowed to supplant with that funds. So we were allowed to do items and pay it out of ESSER and then move it to local, et cetera,
So-
vice versa,
So,
just as the county did during the years of the ESSER funding.
okay. So there are times when there's local funding used, and then you get the grant, which replaces that local funding.
It depends on the grant
Okay.
requirements, but yes, this is state funding versus the federal funds.
What happens to that local funding at the end of the year when you replace it with the federal funding?
It falls to the bottom of the line and it goes back to the Board of Supervisors, and we request reappropriation, in which
So
this
that's
year
where
we have
some of the
not received.
money. Okay.
And I just wanted to add that All In, unlike the other grants, was a 3-year grant.
Right.
And so we had the innate ability baked into the grant language to move all remaining funds forward until the end of that 3-year period, which of course is June 30, 2026. So we were able to make those changes on an annual basis.
Yeah, you had money that in 24, you deferred it to 25, and then you deferred all that to 26.
Correct. In
That I-
order to save that,
That I understand. Thank you, Marcia. Ms. Stevens, that's the question I had. When local funds are used for something you're applying for a grant for, when you get the grant, those local funds are returned to your operating budget, and if you have money left over, then you return that to the county like it's normal procedure.
Specifically for the all-in, but these other grants, they have their own separate accounting line. They are not being charged to local. They are just awaiting reimbursement for this budget authority.
I'm just trying to understand so I can explain it to people that ask
absolutely.
me, or I can explain why I'm asking questions, because we all say there's no local funds required, but there are local funds involved. And if for whatever reason, one of these grants fell through afterwards, local funding would be required to help make up the shortfall. And
That is true, and that's why we typically wait for our GAN to ensure that we have that in our hand to be able to. But we also do charge them to a separate account line, and we know that it's waiting there for the reimbursement to match.
and that's part of it, because I used to work in sales and nobody likes clawbacks. When you get the money, you want it to be
You want
your
the
money.
money.
You don't want to have to say, oh, I didn't do what I was supposed to, I got to give it back.
Correct.
So that's all I'm trying to make sure that I understand. And then the current grants that you're here to talk about now, a couple of those, when I went through your list, said that that particular person or whatever was going to be funded by state or local funds in the next fiscal year.
So all of these grants here that we are speaking to tonight have no personnel linked to them or tied to them directly. The all-in certainly did, and with the response that we provided last week, there is a literacy specialist in there, which we've requested in the fiscal year 27 budget that was presented to you all in February, as well as the attendance officer is also request for the fiscal year 27 budget. And then there were some tutoring positions, all-in tutors, that are being eliminated. So they would not be funded locally, state, or otherwise in next year.
But the first two you mentioned were grants for this year.
They are grants for this current year, and we are
then-
requesting them to move local to state next year, local and state money next year.
So the grant money we're using this year will be somebody who is paid out of local or state money next year.
Correct. Yes, sir. That is the goal. They are in the budget request, and of course, we have that gap in our budget at this time.
And nobody's got a budget, so, okay.
And Mr. Thomas, I do want to make the point associated with the chronic absenteeism funds, which was one bucket of all in. Literacy, Virginia Literacy Act was a second bucket. And then, of course, tutoring was the third bucket.
Yeah,
So it was the intent of the 3-year grant for personnel to be baked into that grant.
Yeah, that's fine.
I want to share that we were very strategic. We've been meeting quarterly for 3 years to evaluate the impact of positions.
I'm satisfied, Dr. Calvary.
And I just want this out for public record. So we currently have those 3 positions, and there's one over at Lotus as well, Lotus Elementary for behavior, which is a chronic absenteeism scenario. Those 3 positions, these employees currently do not have FY27 contracts. While everyone else has received a contract, they're in limbo because we do not want to overpromise with the position and underdeliver with no funding. So we haven't made an assumption that it is going to be locally funded. We are prayerful that the Senate and the House will increase funding that doesn't have stipulations around it. So I think that's an important piece to understand in relation to all-in FTE positions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Mr. Underwood?
Ms. Stevens, thank you for being here. I noticed the spend down dates for the several grants
Absolutely.
go into 26, 27. And again, my question is, why don't we just move that into the 26, 27 budget? Because that was, my issue was, again, that we were at the end of the year, you've got to encumber the money by those dates and then I read the information that you so graciously gave me through the FOIA. I do understand you encumber the money and then you send your final report, I believe by September 30th is what I read in most of those, which is, for me, gives you the opportunity to put programs in place through the summer and into next year, since you had very little time at the front end for approval. So that's my question. Why now? And at our last meeting, we had to do it right away without this information, which caused some anxiety.
Okay, absolutely.
So help me.
This is simple accounting.
Yes.
So what we're doing.
I want the simple piece.
Yep. What we're doing is asking you for the budget authority. So I'm asking you for the entire grant. Most of these are going into the special grant funds. So my revenues that I receive must match my expenditures that I expend.
Correct.
So for example, just say one of the grants, I only spend $10,000 this year. You gave me budget authority of $30,000. That budget authority is just sitting there. It does nothing because I'm going to have $10,000 of revenue and $10,000 expenditures. However, these are new grants that we didn't even know were available to us. So just like you see in our budget annually, you see the Title I, you see the Title 6B, you see the Parent Resource Grant, you see the Head Start Grant. We project those for the year. So we will be adjusting our numbers that we give Mr. Cully for 27, and we're going to include these budgets from the beginning, the ones that we kind of expect for remaining budget authority, to where we're not coming back to you again next year for these. So the goal is that you budget enough authority for your revenues and your expenditures to match for the year. And because these were new, we have to go ahead and absorb them in to the budget authority, because if not, we will be out of compliance and we will get an audit note that says we spent more than what we had budget authority for. So we're just cleaning up our budget authority. We will have revenues match our expenditures at the end of the day for this fiscal year, and then we will include these grants, what we expect to have carry forward into the 27 budget. Does that help?
It helps, but
We're spending them now.
right, you're spending it now.
We're spending them now,
Right.
but we won't
And-
fully spend them all.
Right.
So we'll need that budget authority, which we will do from our
As a
original.
carryover until 26, 27.
We certainly will. And we'll do that in our 27 budget adoption to where you won't be seeing me for these particular grants next year.
Okay.
Now, if I
may not
receive
totally
new
agree.
ones,
I knew you were going to say that.
if I receive new ones, I'll be back here.
Right.
But we're trying to align our budget for this current year with the grants that we received.
Right.
And we will definitely not spend it all down, but it's just the budget authority. It can't hurt anything. Our revenues will match our expenditures. I promise you. Because I have to reimburse the money.
I understand that you have to reimburse, but again, my issue was I just didn't see how you could do all you needed to do in schools out in 2 weeks for the budget cycle, and that it would make sense to have it in the next year's budget cycle because you could carry it over. It would have caused less consternation to come and say, you've got to do it tonight or we lose the money, which is absolutely not true.
Well, we are doing some of it now to
I
be able to
understand.
have it for July 1st when we have
but
PD
the-
and stuff. So
but the
yes,
problem
I
for
could have
me-
come to you and said, hey, I got this grant for 200,000, but I only need 50,000 of it. And then what if I actually spent 60 of it? Then you would have seen me back here again and said, hey, my projection
I'd
wasn't.
rather you come back and that.
I would have liked that. I would have liked that.
If you
Okay.
overspend your budget and you need additional funding, let's say, hope it never happens, but if you do, you come back to this board, and I don't think we would say,
Right.
we didn't have the money to give you. I don't think we've ever not ensured when you've overspent or,
Don't encourage them.
and I'm not encouraging, I'm just stating the fact. Again,
I like to only
Well,
come one time.
right.
One time a
I
year.
can appreciate that, but it's always.
Well,
gonna be
nobody
more
else
than
can
one.
say this, but I've been here to make up a $500,000 gap,
So.
and I did.
So my issue was the timing, which I appreciate all the explanations tonight. And all the information I received from the school board. I have a clear understanding of the grants. Now, when they were applied for and when they're to be expended and reported. And most of those said September 30th. So I didn't understand the push. I did not understand that.
We're trying to get it done before the end of the fiscal year
Right.
because the auditors will write us up for it.
Yeah.
And real quick, and these grants will be separate as far as your bookkeeping goes, correct?
All our grants are separate based on bookkeeping.
So any of them we can call and see what's been spent.
Absolutely. We would be willing to come back and provide you a program update as well as an accounting update at any meeting that you requested in advance for us to prepare.
Thank you, Sheila.
Hey, could I ask,
Can we move forward with
Can you-
this?
is it possible, without a lot of work, because it's all a spreadsheet, I'm thinking, I mean, you could say a lot more. Is it possible to say June 30th, we spent 40,000 of this $100,000 grant? So we'll know how much is moving over?
I can tell you how much cash went out the door as of June 30th, but of course we accrue.
Okay.
So
that'll
accruals
work.
would not be, but I will be projecting it in the 27 budget, which you will hopefully be adopting before June 30th.
That's wood I'm knocking on, theoretically, if the state does it. But all I'm really interested in, again, is of this 2.5 we got at the last part of the year, you spent X amount of that money, and you had X amount that rolled over in the next fiscal year. Not trying to say we gave you more, just trying to say what's there. That's all it is. And you can do that, right?
We can certainly do that.
Thank you
And
very
we will love to explain it in a joint meeting.
All right. We're
Mr.
gonna
Cully?
meet after this meeting, right here in the parking lot.
No, we're not.
Okay? Well, I am. You can go home. But we can meet you anytime you want to. I'm willing to meet you.
So,
Yeah.
Mr. McKenzie, what do we need for a motion? Just a motion to accept? Do we need a motion? What are we doing here? It's late. I'm lost.
If I can interject a little, in the last board packet, there was a big, long detail of which the accounting department at the county likes to have from us, so they know how to appropriate the funds. So based on that document is how we would ask that you appropriate it. So if you want to refer back to that document, that is how we would like to appropriate.
Is it acceptable that we just say we appropriate the funds as requested?
So the trick is you appropriated 2 or 3, two at the last meeting. So I think if we wanted to be clear, you had your suggested language in your packet from 2 weeks ago.
Which none of us have.
Which none of you have, but do you have a copy of it?
Well, we do have the list, the title of the
grant name.
title and amounts are in the handout.
Yeah. I think you could
of the 4.
I think so. I think you could use those grant titles, and you could make a reference again, just to clarify the record that, in accordance with the request from the packet item at your May, what was the date of May 12th? Okay. In accordance with, so here's a suggested motion. In accordance with the request from the packet item at the May 12th meeting. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot to read with the.
Want me to do it?
Two of
See
them
how you
were-
like it?
Yeah.
Want me
Sure, yeah, you go
Okay.
ahead.
A motion to approve the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant of $219,604, School Improvement Grant $44,974, Math Innovation Implementation Grant $251,952, the Math Acceleration Grant of $36,172, and the SOQ bonus of $445 to the accounts and categories that were documented in the May 12th board packet.
I move we accept what she just read.
I'll second. Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Long and seconded by Mr. Black. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Oh, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila.
Sheila. I don't know.
The next item is new business, discussion of the impact of the new state legislation regarding solar energy and energy storage facilities. Thank you, General
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the recommendation of the meeting schedule that's been presented in the agenda item for publication and for the 2 board hearings.
Further discussion, second.
All right, Mr. Seeley has made a motion, seconded by Mr. Thomas, regarding the solar and energy storage facilities as discussed.
Well, it actually lays out the meeting schedule for the actual publication and then the actual meeting date for when we would conduct a public hearing and when the planning commission would actually hear this and vote on it to send it forward.
Right, so just to clarify the record, all we're getting tonight is authorization from the board to go ahead and advertise for potential public hearing on June 23rd. Your rules of order would typically have you do a first reading, but given the condensed timeline before the July 1 enactment date for some of these new laws, we'd like to go ahead and get that ad in the paper now to give you the opportunity for a June 23rd hearing.
All righty, we were adopting the timeline in your motion.
Correct.
Yeah.
So Mr. Seeley made the motion, seconded by Mr. Thomas. Any discussion by the board? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries 6-0.
Bless you, bless you. Oh.
All right, item number 8, discussion of the commitment of local match of congressionally directed funds for Interstate 95 Exit 110 interchange improvements. Mr. Hughes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As the memo stated in April, we made an application for congressionally directed funds. from Senator Warner's office. The Senator's office reached out to VDOT to see if VDOT was going to submit a letter of support. VDOT said that they typically submit letters of support for jurisdictions that have made a commitment to the match funding if the award is made, which is typically 20%. And so this is just a asking of the board, if we get awarded, that the board would commit to the match. And so in your package, you see where the Senator's office included in their request for $10 million. And so our match would be $2 million, and we put not to exceed $2.5 million in case they somehow award more. If they award less, it could be less, but I put in there a not to exceed amount of $2.5 million. And so VDOT, we don't necessarily need the letter of support to get the funding, but it certainly helps when it gets reviewed at the congressional level.
Just a quick question.
Oh,
Yeah.
we all do.
First of all, let's start with, what would be estimated total cost of a project like this? I'm not gonna quote you.
So I have a number. Our first phase, this is a phased project. The smart scale pre-application that we have in right now is a $14 million project.
How much?
14 million for the phase one.
All right, and what does phase one include?
It's there in your packet. Phase one includes 3 signals.
Right, I saw it. Okay,
I
I remember.
Road
Yep,
and
yep.
2 ramps. Relocation of the ramps, striping for future improvements.
Okay. All right, that was my question. So go on, Mr. Thomas.
Well, that was
right.
Going back.
Did I hit a mute button?
No, he was talking to Mr. Parton. I do that on the phone a lot. He kind of touched on my question. Your smart scale estimate was 14 million.
Correct.
But if you get 10 million from the state and we have 2 million, 2.5 million, you're still short. 14 and 12. 12 is less than 14.
The smart scale money, if we get it, because we don't have any county money on the smart scale application.
Right.
If that smart scale project is awarded, it would be awarded in its entirety, all 14 million.
So then we wouldn't need our 2.5 million, or are we saying we're adding this 10 million to the 14?
The 2.5 million is solely for the 10 million that the senator may appropriate or get a directive to Caroline County.
Okay.
Which is a separate pot
We
of money.
win everything. How much money do we get? Do we get 14 plus the 12? You see what I'm?
If you get smart scale money, yes, you get all of it.
If I get the smart scale money, I got 14 million.
You got 14 million.
Then if I get this money from the senator's office, that's 10 million.
That is correct.
And I have to put 2.5 with it.
That is correct.
So I would get 26 million
You'd have
total.
Yes.
And I still don't have enough to fix the bridge.
You do not.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
But it's a phase project. So
yeah, that's phase one. Yeah.
Anything we have, that 26 extra could go to the next phase.
I don't think anybody in the audience is young enough to be able to see phase two. A baby just born.
All right.
What emotion?
Well,
Or do we have more
I
questions?
still, I guess I'm gonna just get a little So we got the 10 million from the feds.
We don't have it.
And I said, if we get it, because I looked at, the number of projects back here is in the billions. And so I guess they're gonna throw all these in a hat and pull out 5 or 6 and go, do we know how much money was actually available for the projects? Anybody give us a number?
No.
Okay.
And I asked for a lot more than 10 million, so.
Well, I just looked at all the, and these were they're listed in thousands, but they're in millions. And I looked at, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 pages of projects that are all with the same, promise. So if we got the 10 million, we have to contribute the 2.5 even if a smart scale kicks in. I guess I'm re-asking the question. So no matter what, we have to kick that even if smart scale said they'd give us 6.
Right.
Okay.
And If I may, Mr. Chair, I think one of the reasons that we need to go ahead and do that is because to those people up above who are making those big checks out, they want to see that we're supporting it, that this is something we want. So asking for us to put 20% up front on this first stage of the project will get us scored better than saying, well, if you feel like giving it to us, okay. This is saying, yeah, we want it, we're gonna give you this money. So I would move that we move forward with the contribution and working on getting this grant. That bridge is not gonna get any safer.
Mr. Cully, where would that, in case, what is the, do we have a timeline on this? No.
I would assume we'd have to put the match up after we, had received the 10 million and we're
So-
expending funds in phase one.
Just out of curiosity, because I want it on the
Wouldn't be this
record.
year.
Because I want it on the record. No, but no, I know he's not on control, but what I'm saying is, if we were to be awarded this, where would the money come from, the 2.5?
Where most of the money comes from, the unrestricted general fund balance.
Thank you. I just wanted that, I just wanted that on the open.
But
Well,
we may have to, we borrowed money for 639.
Partially,
Don't
two and a half,
forget,
2.5 million. We saved, of
we-
the 6 million,
Right.
we saved. a
All I'm
bulk of it.
saying is we did borrow part of the money.
And this
So-
is the same thing we could do there. We could take, if say we have some leftover money at the end of this year, I'm not planning on, but anyway, next year, we have, you can take and set that aside, is what we did. We said, all right, we've come ahead 1.8 million. We're gonna put $1 million of that in a reserve account for Ladysmith Road. So we do the same thing for this Ladysmith Road Bridge phased project match and start saving money in it as well. So by the time, remember, smart scale award and smart scale construction, what, 5 years, 5 to 7 years? I mean, so you'll have time to save up some of these matches for this over time.
That's
would
why
be
I'm
my
saying
recommendation.
I won't necessarily say unencumbered balance, because by that point in time, you don't want to be locked into something that doesn't
It could
exist.
be
You
some
may have
other
to
way.
borrow it.
No, I'm just trying to make a point. That's why we need the, because you have unexpected expenses that come along.
Right.
And that's why when people complain about, that the general fund is too high or whatever, you have an argument like, hey, wait a second here, we're gonna get a lot of money out of this from the feds and smart scale, but we have to put some money in for this phase one, and if I can put in 2.5 million and I'm gonna get 14 million or 24 million out of it, potential, it's worth it.
No, I agree.
It's
I mean, that's what we
leveraging.
did before with the
And-
original smart scale and our 6 million match.
And that's why we have, that's why you build up the general fund balance, so that way we can incur expenses like this, and
Yeah,
I
you
think
don't
that's what
always
people
gotta
don't
do
understand.
Correct.
Thank you.
I mean, even if you had to borrow 2.5, it wouldn't be that big of a issue.
Yeah, and all we're doing now is the letter, so we have time to say.
Mr. Hughes, before you go though, because we got a motion and we're gonna vote on it. If we got the smart scale and we got this 10 million, you do the 10 million first and then the smart scale project? Okay.
That's probably how they VDOT would like to work it. I would hope that we could take the 10 million.
While you think about that, let me rephrase my question. When we get the smart scale project approved and when we get the $10 million from the federal government, how would we proceed?
Depending on the timing, I would hope that we would expend this. We would proceed whichever way would advance the project. Okay, so remember, smart scale money is 7 years out. So if there are items that we could complete between award year and actual receipt of the funds, then we would try to probably do anything we could do up to that point to advance the project, because everything we do in advance expedites the project. So if miraculously, the one thing about smart scale is if you somehow find the money for your total project cost, you can apply it and you can go construct that project.
Right.
So we would do anything we do to advance the project.
I mean, right away, we're just gonna put like a southbound turn lane in, we're gonna reline the bridge. You know,
That's
small things like that, which will cost $10 million.
the phase one are safety improvements.
Right.
It's $14 million worth of safety.
3
improvements.
lights.
3 lights,
Yeah.
striping, extension of the southbound off ramp
Mm-hmm.
to make it a continuous right movement.
Which is gonna run you right through the McDonald's drive-through because it's that close.
Well, no, that extension is actually on 639. So
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Hughes. Did we vote yet?
We have a motion from Ms. Long. Do we get a second? All right, we have a motion, second by Mr. Thomas. That this is a
Letter of intent.
a
Letter of
vote
support.
and support to pursue.
It's just a commitment that if we are awarded the money, we will put up the match. That's all.
Mr. Barton's gonna draft a letter. Mr. Barton's gonna draft a letter. Okay, we're good.
All right, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, that is all of our agenda items. We have informational calendar items, and I believe we have another closed
We
meeting
do.
topic.
We're not finished.
You want to do closing board comments? Anybody got it?
Don't forget the fair.
Yeah, nothing left for May, on the calendar. We do have the fair starting, our next meeting is the 9th at 6 o'clock in this room, June 9th. Fair on the 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th. County offices will be closed for federal, state holiday, Juneteenth. And then we have our special meeting that we added, in place of a July meeting on the 23rd, 6 o'clock in this room. So that's really all we have for the month of June so far. I imagine there'll be something else will come up.
All right, Mr. Seeley, or actually, we'll do any closing board comments. Mr. Black? Done. Mr. Thomas?
I have none.
Ms. Long?
No, everyone be safe and see you at the fair.
All right, Ms. Underwood?
I have none.
And I have none. We'll go ahead and finish up our business and close meeting. Mr. Seeley?
Do we need both or just this, just the double? Okay, that's all I needed to know. I move this board convene in closed meeting pursuant to real estate exemption section 2.2-3711A3 of the Code of Virginia for the discussion with county staff regarding the acquisition of real estate by the county in the Lady Smith area for potential expansion of county offices, and the personnel exemption of 2.2-3711A1 of the Code of Virginia to discuss the employment of county administrator.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Seeley, second by Ms. Long. All those in favor of going into closed session, vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're officially in closed session. For those that are in the audience, if you are interested, will probably be 30 to 45 minutes.
It's not worth staying for.
And then we will come in and immediately adjourn the meeting. See you then.
Oh, is everything ready to go? Mr. Chairman, I move that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors certify to the best of each board member's knowledge that only public business matters lawfully exempt from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law were discussed in closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Second.
Actually, do we need to come out of closed session first? That's a certification. We need to come out of closed meeting.
That's what I just did.
That was a certification.
That's come out of closed meeting.
Yeah. Need a motion to come out of closed meeting.
So moved.
And a second? Second. So Mr. Seeley makes a motion and Mr. Thomas seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. And then Mr. Seeley's already read the certification. Mr. Black, do you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Thomas?
I so certify.
I so certify. Mr. Seeley?
I so certify.
Ms. Long?
So certified.
And Mr. Underwood? All right, and we were back in regular session, so we can entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Black and seconded by Mr. Seeley to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, we are officially adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.